Assalamualaikum Pak Andi Fepta.
Assalamualaikum Bu Firda tadi, Bu Wika.
Suaranya nggak kedengaran Pak Andi?
Ya, saya masih download ini dulu ngapunten. Ya, waalaikumsalam Bu Wika.
Assalamualaikum Pak Dekan, Ibu Sekdep.
Ya, waduh Pak Oscar ya.
Good afternoon.
Sebentar izin ini saya download sesuatu dulu ini dari Mas Hendri. Jadi monggo.
Saya pakai ini. Oh, nggak pakai ini, maaf. Halo Pak Andi.
Pak Dekan masih nopo atau sih ada keperluan Ibu?
Assalamualaikum Pak Oscar.
Waalaikumsalam Ibu KPS.
Kok nggak kelihatan Bu Firdanya?
Bu Firdanya kayaknya nggak dengeran nggak Ibu Sekdep nggih?
Halo. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pak Bagio, apa kabar? Hello, how are you? It's long not to see you, sir. Pak Bagio adalah mantan kolega ketika di Australia nih. Dengan
begitu. Siap.
How are you?
I'm fine, Bu. Thank you so much, Bu.
Terima kasih sudah ikut gabung ya.
Kok nggak nyapa saya ya Bu Wika ya?
Shalom.
Oh, nggak nyapa saya ya Bu ya?
Ayo Pak Bagio, sapa dulu Bu Firda.
Siap. Izin Bu Firda.
Ya Pak Bagio, sehat selalu nje.
Alhamdulillah, Pak Ibu.
Salam kenal Pak Bagio, saya Oscar Pak Bagio.
Pak Oscar ini rekan kami ini.
Profesor.
Ya.
Rekan kami.
Prosesor.
Governance disaster nih. Bagio, beliau ahlinya governance disaster.
Alam ya, disaster ya.
Assalamualaikum Pak Subagio.
Waalaikumsalam Pak Andi Fepta.
Sehat. Pak Dekan.
Sehat Bu Firda, alhamdulillah. Pak Bagio.
Alhamdulillah ya Pak.
Baik. Sudah join ini, terima kasih ini sudah bergabung dengan kita. Alhamdulillah ini. Pak Anu, Bu tamu kita yang belum datang ya, yang Prof. Carl Middleton.
Ya.
Belum join
belum,
ya.
Prof. Belum
yang
Pak Dekan.
Prof. Hyun ya. Prof.
Ji Kwon, insya Allah yang sesi kedua, Pak.
Oh, sesi kedua.
Sesi kedua.
Sesi pertama ya, sesi pertama.
Sesi pertama Prof. Kwon dan Prof. Middleton kan sesi pertama nggih?
Oh.
Ya, tapi maksud saya beda-beda aja Bu Ika ya. Jamnya bukan panel session.
Iya, tapi dalam satu sesi kan dengan moderatornya saya. Is it right? Is it right Bu Firda?
Ya.
Oke.
Tapi mohon dibantu Bu untuk yang Pak Prof. Kwon waktunya sekitar 1,5 jam, baru kemudian disusul oleh Carl Middleton.
Oh, 1,5 jam. Random saya terima 45 minutes.
Dengan tanya jawab Bu Wika.
Oke. So jadi begini, beliau dulu 45 menit, kemudian langsung question and answer, and then following with Professor Middleton with the question and answer. Is it right?
Ya, makasih Mas ya.
Tapi kita menunggu dulu.
Mungkin
5 menit dulu, Pak Dekan, Bu Wika.
Ya.
Semuanya.
Monggo.
Pak Oscar, kita punya virtual background Pak Oscar.
Oke, ini lagi dicari Ibu.
Ngapunten.
Gimana?
Pak Dekan, kita punya virtual background juga loh.
Di sharing, saya di sharing ke di WA, tolong di
Oh
WA,
ya.
tolong di WA nanti saya ini kan attach.
Ya, ya, ya. Pak Dekan dan Pak Oscar.
Ya, di WA ke WA ya.
Ya.
Ini
Belum
saya
masuk ini kelihatan.
Deh,
sampai
kedap.
ketemu.
Hello, good afternoon,
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Halo, Prof.
This is
Kwon.
Kwon.
Good
Yes,
afternoon,
how are
Prof.
you?
Kwon.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Good to
Nice
see
to
you.
see you, Prof.
Good to see you
Kwon.
also.
Good to see
So,
you.
Professor Kwon, how are you?
Yeah, very good.
So, Professor Kwon, here we have
So,
our dean, Pak.
yes.
Ya,
And
Hello.
how are you?
How are you?
Prof. Kwon.
Good to see you.
Our department secretary, Ibu
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam.
Iya.
Assalamualaikum.
Oh yeah, Waalaikumsalam. Okay, good afternoon, Professor Kwon.
Shukran,
So-
shukran.
Professor.
So, Professor Kwon,
Yes,
Dr. Wike will be your chair today.
yes, very
so
good.
This is our department secretary, and Professor Kwon, we have also Ibu Dr. Firda Hidayati here as the
Yes.
head
Nice to
of
meet you, Prof.
Nice to
Kwon.
meet you.
unit conference, Professor Kwon.
Very good to see
Thank
you.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you
all
for
partic-
your
So, Oscar, the University of Brawijaya
yeah,
is
Yeah.
in Surabaya,
in Malang, Professor.
In
in
Malang.
Malang.
Yeah,
Okay,
In
so
Malang.
you are in Malang now.
yeah, of
Yes.
course, we are in
Okay.
Malang right now. So, Professor Kwon, Professor Andi, Dean Andi. So, Professor Kwon, next year in January until August, we'll have a sabbatical leave for one
Yes.
semester, and
Yes.
actually, I have a kind of discussion with him that we can also visit our faculty in our university, Dr. Andi, for her for
Very
his
good,
sabbatical.
very good.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, Dean, Mr. Dean, if it is possible, I may have some opportunity to visit your university. So I may offer some of the special lectures to
Yes.
the students.
Yes.
Usually the topic is on smart e-government or policy science.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
we will talk about this issue
Yeah.
on
Okay,
a
Prof.
continuing
Kwon.
basis. Yes,
We are welcome. We are welcome.
thank you.
Yeah.
Tremendously welcoming you because we have a course unit named digital governance. So
Wow,
I think it will be good for our student and our colleague
Okay.
accepting you as a guest lecturer. So thank you so much.
very good, very good. So I will talk with this issue with Mr. Dr. Danar also, okay?
Yeah, Professor.
So I'm just curious, when is your semester? From what is the starting time schedule? And should I give one course or just a couple of or several lectures or some of the, I don't know, the time and order and some kind of logistics?
Yeah.
I will talk with Mr. Danar.
Okay, Professor Kwon. Here I called by Oscar, Doctor. Professor Kwon. But Professor Kwon called me usually,
Okay.
Pak
Okay,
Dekan
because your
usually
surname
I
calls
would
is
rather
Dana.
call Dr. Danar, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, Professor Kwon. So, Pak Dekan, Professor Kwon is come from SKKU. Sungkuinkan University is actually top 100, yeah. So it can be one of our ICU actually, yeah. So it can be included in one of our ICU, particularly
Yes.
in ICU 4 and ICU 6, yeah, Pak Dekan.
Yes, of
Yeah,
course.
I think
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
because we have
So,
setting up with the joint cooperation with other universities, so I think it will be good invite Professor Kwon to be our guest lecturer.
yeah, and I already talked also with Professor Agus, so we have a kind of joint invitation Pak Dekan, Ibu
Yeah.
and Ibu Firda with UGM also.
That's wonderful. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Is that your background, your university, Prof. Kwon?
Yes, it is actually, I am currently taking administrative position of General Dean of graduate SKKU whole graduate system. So we have two campus, one in Seoul, and one in 1 hour distance. It's usually for the engineering and semiconductor and information science, things like that. So this is 600 years building, university building, meaning that our school was launched about 600 years ago.
Okay.
It was built by the royal kingdom in Korea. And now our university finance is Samsung. Okay.
Samsung.
Yeah, Samsung is our university committee. I mean the financial foundation is Samsung Electronics.
Okay.
So it is kind of a combination of old history and royal kingdom as well as high tech industry.
Oh, it's like pentahelic, yeah. Very good.
I have been in Bandung and Jakarta kind of
Oh.
more than 10 times. Yogyakarta, UGM, and Padjadjaran
Yeah.
University and University of Indonesia is more like 10 times. But I have never been in Malang. I have never been in Malang.
You must
Is it near the ocean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
No. Mountain.
No,
You can go to ocean. You can go to ocean. You can go to mountain here. So
okay.
depend on you.
Maybe 1 hour driving.
Yeah.
Kalau Malang Selatan udah ya. Malang Selatan 1,5 jam mungkin ya.
Okay. Anyway.
1.5 hours.
1.5 hours.
This is
depend on the traffic.
Okay.
It I changed my background, Prof. Kwon. It is our university behind.
Yes. It's beautiful.
That's this is our university.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Sure.
Wow.
Okay, so we can start now.
Sure.
Yes. Of course.
Thank you.
Please.
Good afternoon, Mrs. and Mr. I'm sorry because maybe the time is limited for the seminar, and I would like to lead the seminar, so maybe that chit-chat can we continue in last conference, right?
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, and we are delighted to welcome you to the International Conference of Master Program of Public Administration, Universitas Brawijaya. Excellencies, Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya, Associate Professor Andi Fefta Wijaya, MDA, PhD, Head of Master Program of Public Administration, Assistant Professor Firda Hidayat, SS, MPA, DPA, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nasha Yanda, will be your master of ceremony today. First of all, thanks to God Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, and Prophet Muhammad. Peace and blessing be upon him, who has given us some blessings so the agenda can run smoothly. This conference provides a great opportunity for prospective participants to share their recent theoretical knowledge, research findings, and experiences in dealing with globalization and the challenges of public administration post-COVID-19 and with intense geopolitical competition. Today, we have 100 participants, academic experts, and professionals joining the seminar and international conference. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the opening speech delivered by the chairperson of the Seminar and International Conference of Master Program of Public Administration. Please welcome Assistant Professor Firda Hidayati SF MPA DPA.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for blessing from God the Almighty to allow us to conduct and attend this international seminar. I would like to welcome Honorable Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science, Andi Feta Wijaya PhD, and all the 5 deans of Faculty of Administrative Science, as well as all participants and my dear committees of the ICoPAG 2022 to this amazing event. ICoPAG 2022 has 2 important events. They are webinar and conference that delivered by online. In the webinar, ICoPAG invited 10 speakers from 4 countries. I would like to send my appreciation for all of the speakers, Dr. Carl Middleton, Professor Gian Kwon, I'm sorry if I mistake my pronunciation, Dr. Yogi Vidyatama, and Dr. Fadilah Putra for your willingness to share your valuable knowledge to our event. And for the seminar, we have received more than 300 participants registered for the webinar. And for the conference, we received more than 50 great papers to be presented from 7 different countries. The seminar and conference are held by Master Program of Public Administration, one of the oldest and most prestigious study program in Indonesia. This study program held this This study program has conducted this seminar to enlighten hopes for all of us on how to bring about strategic solution for solving massive challenges. Pandemic COVID-19, which has started in late 2019, has brought severe negative effects both in social and economic sectors. However, the post-pandemic has also given rise to chaos all over the world. The supply chain as well as the social and economic activity has not recovered yet after 3 long years. The geopolitical tension between regions, especially West and East, has added to worsening future for the world. Food and energy crisis all over the world has taken place, creating huge challenges that lead to almost impossible to solve for all public decision makers. Therefore, this seminar aims to enrich knowledge and share ideas between students, researchers, and scholars in public administration to have resilience in coping with issues of globalization and challenges of geopolitical tension post-pandemic COVID-19. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as the chairperson of this committee, I would like to express my gratitude to all committees members the process of holding this seminar and conference has its own challenges compared to previous years with the presence of the pandemics. The committee has required to adapt quickly to be able to present the best in the international conference for all of you through the online system. Without hard work and cooperation, this event will not run smoothly as you are seeing right now. Therefore, as chairman of the committee, I would very proud for what you have done. Thank you from bottom of my heart. So I would like to welcome all of our audience for this seminar. Please enjoy the seminar.
Thank you, Mrs. Firda Hidayat, for the opening speech. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the opening speech delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya. And afterwards, we would like to request the Dean to officially open the conference. Please welcome Associate Professor Andi Feftawijaya, MDA, PhD.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sawadee Kap, Ka, Annyeong Haseo. Honorable speakers, Prof. Gi-hyun Kwon from Sung Kyun Kwan University, South Korea. Associate Professor Dr. Carl Middleton from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. Bapak Yogi Widya Thama, PhD, from University of Canberra, Australia. And Bapak Fadila Putra, PhD, from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia. All Vice Dean, all Head and Secretary of Department and Study Program, and especially Ibu Dr. Firda as the person who are in charge in this activity today. Yeah, and then all the presenters and participants, all the committees. It is a great honor for me to welcome you to the International Conference of Public Administration and Governance. I would like to congratulate all of you that had been work on parallel session in this morning. We already have 36 papers to be presented with 7 topics, including governance, strategic management, human resource management, and the digital information governance. Now we are going to have a seminar session in this morning with the theme Globalization and the challenge of public administration post-COVID-19 amid intense geopolitical competition. That will be led by our moderator, Associate Professor Wike Esos MSI DPA, and Assistant Professor Ibu Ike Harninofenti SAP MAP. I'm sure you will get a fruitful and rewarding exchange in this event. I wish you every success with this important seminar, and I look forward to learn about the outcome. Ladies and gentlemen, now in a great opportunity, please allow me to officially open the International Conference of Public Administration and Governance. Thank you very much. Have a great discussion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Associate Professor Andi Feftawijaya, for the speech. Now, we will move to the next session, which is documentation session. They will lead by me and will capture by the committees. To all participants, Please turn on your camera. Once again, I will remind to all participants, please turn on the camera because the committees will capture it soon. Now I will count until 3. From slide 1. 1, 2, 3. Next, for slide 2. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thanks to all participants and committees for capturing this moment. We are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda. That is to hear the keynote speech, which will be delivered by our speakers. Before we start to the next seminar, I want to remind all participants to use virtual background and fill the attendance list that has been provided by the committees. The seminar will be divided into 2 sessions. Each session will be guided by the moderator. For the first session, the keynote speech will be moderated by Associate Professor Wike Esos MSc DPA. Before we proceed, allow me to introduce her in a brief. Associate Professor Wike Esos MSc DPA currently is appointed as the Department Secretary. Dr. Wike is Senior Lecturer in Department of Public Administration and she is working in Universitas Brawijaya since 2002. Her bachelor degree was gained from the university she had already worked in, and she graduated from the University of Airlangga in Master Degree of Social Science. In 2014, she finished her PhD journey in Public Administration from the University of Canberra, Australia. The education background has allowed her to teach and supervise at undergraduate, master, and PhD level in public policy, social policy, and governance studies. Now is our main agenda for this morning. May I invite Associate Professor Wike Esos MSc DPA as our moderator for the first webinar session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Professor Wike Esos MSc DPA. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Shena Ayanda, for handing over to me. And thank you also for having me as moderator for this session. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, everyone in Indonesia, good afternoon. And I don't know in Korea, is it a morning, afternoon, or evening? I cannot hear your voice, Professor.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
It's only 3:30, so 2 hours time lag.
Leading up.
Okay.
Okay, so
3:30 afternoon.
Okay, so good afternoon, Professor Pon.
Thank you very much.
Everyone, our audience and participants, I will be acting as your moderator for almost 2 hours or least, maybe, perhaps. So thank you for attending and participating in the International Conference of Public Administration and Governance that has been conducted by Master Program of Public Administration, Faculty of Administrative Science, Brawijaya University, And this year theme is globalization and the challenges of public administration post COVID-19 and in terms on geopolitical competition. I will recognize here, I can see here, Associate Professor Awudin, Dr. Andi Fefta Wijaya, and then Vice Dean, Dr. Arik Prasetyo, Vice Dean, the second Vice Dean is Bapak Faisal Riza. Thank you so much, sir, that you have participating in this virtual seminar. And also, I recognize majority is student from Master of Public Administration, and I hope all lecture will join later on. This afternoon, we have two keynote speakers who will delivering the academic material will be shared with us. First is Professor Ji Hyun Kwon. I'm so sorry if I mistake. You call
it is good,
Professor.
good. It is
I'm
good.
so sorry. Maybe I will go with your Professor Kwon. More easy for me. Professor Kwon from Sungkyun Kwan University from Korea. And the second keynote speaker is Professor Carl Middleton from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. And they will present this seminar material respectively. But first is I will invite Professor Kwon. Before that, I will read the CV of Professor Kwon. Now Professor Kwon is Dean of Graduate School of Sungkyun Kwan University, and majority on Global E-Policy and E-Government Institute of SKKU. He also professor in Department of Public Administration. Professor Kwon received his PhD degree from John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, and then he is currently professor and academic dean of graduate school at Sungkyun Kwan University, founded by the Samsung in Korea. And he served as the president of Korean Association of Policy Science since 2015. And Professor Kwon education background is finished his master in public policy, also from Harvard University, and from Graduate School of Public Administration, Seoul National University. Before I invite Professor Kwon, I will remind you, all participants or audience, if you want to ask him, so you can start to prepare with your question during the presentation. You can after Professor Kwon finish to present his material, you can ask directly, or you can write in chat column. So now I will invite Professor Ji Hyun Kwon, please.
Thank you very much. Let me share my presentation material with you.
Yes, please. Bu Firda or Bu Niken will help you to, I think. Yes.
Do you, can you
Yes.
see very well?
Yes. We can see clearly now. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Moderator and Secretary Wike. Thank you very much for your generous introduction.
Yeah, pleasure.
Also, it is my great honor to be invited as a speaker for the nice seminar. The topic of this seminar, I believe, globalization and the challenges of public administration and governance in post-COVID-19, and focusing on digital transformation and governance. Okay. And as a first introduction, this is macro picture and overall situation facing today. globalization and innovation and leadership challenges in this 21st century. As you know, the COVID-19 pandemic crisis is not over yet. And that's why global leadership or country leadership or local leadership need to solve at least three components. One is time and speed and uncertainty. These three focal point is the key issue in this day. So we need a paradigm change using speed of our thought and good direction of our innovation. And secondly, let me present my argument first, and then I will introduce some of the Korean, COVID-19 policy cases. Governance strategy, I believe that we need a good direction, appropriate direction, I mean the right direction, and also agility with the high speed. And then we need the resilience power. It's the infrastructure and flexibility in the governance. So we need at least 3P here. It's a process. We need the agile governance process, and we need the cost reduction in our financial system. And secondly, but not leastly, people, we need the attitude change. I mean, the dedication and contribution and good mindset with the capacity building, or you mean the HRD issues, HRM issues, human resources management. As a result, we can have a policy control and quality control in our policy science or public policy or public administration. And then we can have a human dignity after all. So as you know, the policy science was established in 1951, the famous scholar Harold Roswell, who proposed that human dignity is the supreme value of the public administration. So that's why we have to think about this kind of strategy. Recently, the Harvard John F. Kennedy School, launching their research center of future society. Here, they are arguing that on the edge of a new frontier. So our world is undergoing a technological explosion. So echoing John F. Kennedy's famous vision, it truly seems that we stand today on the edge of a new frontier. Since the turn of 21st century, nanotechnology, biotechnology, information technology, and cognitive science, I mean the brain science, MBIC, are converging and changing the basic building blocks of the matters and mind in our society. So I'm thinking that a new society is already coming. That is a super smart society in which nano, bio, information, and cognitive science is exponentially, non-linearly accelerating, as you know. So huge amount of information and data from the sensors in the physical space is accumulating also in the cyberspace. So that's why we need to solve some of our wicked social problem like global warming or COVID-19 pandemic with the new technology, utilizing artificial intelligence or big data. And also we need to solve our fundamental ethical problems with the new creative policy choices and paradigms. As you know, in our public administration, the government 1.0 first generation is established by Max Weber, the famous sociologist, and government 2.0 is Margaret Thatcher in the England and Ronald Reagan in the United States in the 1980s. Government 3.0 is the scholar named Mark Moore. He is also Harvard political science in 1955. And then from the 2000, we called it governance 4.0, which is network governance and new governance. But actually in this paper, I really want to argue that we may need another another government 5.0, because COVID-19 pandemic and the new artificial intelligence, MBIC, this kind of policy environment is heightened uncertainty. We are living very anxiety world. We are very, uncertainty is ever growing. New pandemic or new virus might be coming again. And also we have much more uncertainty about the machines like robot and artificial intelligence and virus and weather changes and natural disasters and flooding and volcanoes and earthquake, you name it. So we have many heightened uncertainty. That's why I am really arguing that network governance or new governance is not enough. Okay, so I am arguing that we really need some kind of a new paradigm of public administration, which is, from my own picture, the new model. The vision is human-centered society, like Harold Roswell, human dignity. We really need creative governance and intelligence governance. Goal is super smart society 5.0 is coming, which super connection, super intelligence, super foresight should be realizing. We need search for a human-centered society balancing economic advancement and quality of life. So all the new technology-based public administration should improve citizens' quality of life. So what I'm thinking is that as a keyword is the wisdom. We need a really new wisdom. And also we need the speedy delivery and ethics. So evidence-based intelligence administration, a smart decision-making, quick response to the social problems, and ubiquitous and seamless services with artificial intelligence and big data. So core task is first, speedy and agile problem solving. Secondly, we need creating new job opportunities with a fusion and convergence wisdom strategy. And finally, we need more ethical, more responsible government accountability. Because new virus and economic stagnation and high inflation and job unemployment and social weak classes. So we really need speed, wisdom, and ethics. Now I want to briefly introduce about some of the case study with the effective COVID-19 case of South Korea. Korean governance system regarding against COVID-19 was in a central government as well as local government. In the central government, prime minister was in charge of central disaster management and pan government countermeasure headquarters. So Ministry of Health and Welfare and Ministry of Interior and Safety is two pillars for the COVID-19 policy strategy. And below there is a central disease control headquarters is Korean style CDC is in charge of the most practical issues. And on the other hand, we have 226 local government in the local side. They build up the task force and fighting against this COVID-19. So it's more than core manpower is more than 1,000, and the budget is more than 82 trillion Korean won in the budget. And three key points is that in Korea, organizational cooperation within the corporation and voluntary action from civil society and public-private cooperation. So here, Ministry of Land and Infrastructure cooperating with Ministry of Science and ICT, and they build up a system user interface and also in real time movement paths of confirmed cases is in a real time in a transparent way. So everything is open to the public, and public can think where is the dangerous place, where should I go, and where should I not go. Okay. And more than 3,000 medical practitioners has volunteered in helping some of the cities since the first strike of COVID-19 in Korea. And also continuous civil donations come from private enterprises, institutions, and citizens. And thirdly, public-private cooperation, putting over $100 billion, KCDC made a research fund with the universities, research centers, and national think tank to effectively develop vaccines and other medical responses. So here, one of the recent data says that cumulative confirmed it is, I think, death rate. So it is the data is OWID, our world in data. And then here, Japan and South Korea is bottom. This is world average number. And Canada, Germany, and France, Italy, and United Kingdom, and United States. They are a huge number of death toll, unfortunately. And also here, share of the people vaccinated against COVID-19 as of September 4th, 2020. Here, world average is 68%. South Korea is one of the highest number, is more than 87% to be fully vaccinated. Okay. Then again, this is share of people who received the vaccination. Here also South Korea is one of the top number. And also interesting picture is that this is worldwide COVID-19 stringency index. So the lower number is here, South Korea. And then Germany is more stringency index. Okay, this is stringency index is a composite measure based on 9 response indicators, including school closure or workplace closures and travel bans, and rescaled to the value from 0 to 100. It means that the higher stringency, the more frequent city blockade or schooling bans and closures. But Korea is most, not stringent places regarding this index. So share of people who received at least one dose of COVID-19 vaccinate is that South Korea, the increase dramatically increasing number of here. And so as a result, some of the global evaluation, like Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Columbia University, is famous economist, published a report in the UN, Sustainable Development 2020, and evaluated South Korea as #1 policy effectiveness among 33 OECD. Their index is first fertility rate per 1 million, and second reproductive rate, and third control efficiency. So meaning how much control and regulation was effective in terms of policy. And then Korea may be #1 among 33, and Japan #6, USA 28, and Spain 33. And the key characteristics of Korean quarantine is that strict regulation, but without city blockade, effective tracing whereabouts in a real time using digital transformation, and smart kit innovation, and smart and quick inspection, and extremely low infection rate, and extremely fast vaccination rate. And another British Columbia in Canada also evaluated that they evaluate 3 countries that got it wrong: UK, Brazil, and India, because they have a misbehavior, some of the partisan approach, and miscommunication, and frequent city blockade. But they select Korea and Ghana, interestingly, and 2 countries has a right direction. They are open, transparency, frank, sincere communication, and frequent press briefing about the issue of what's going on, and what should be done next. So I don't want to talking too much about the Korean issue, but some of the foreign press laud Korean performance, BBC and the Diplomat and Washington Post, and but as in terms of public administration and governance or the public policy and policy science, I conclude 3 key conclusions. First one is that Korea has a strong control tower. This is strong institutional approach, KCDC. It enabled to control the related agency. And then this lesson comes from the previous crisis in Korea in MERS in 2015. So Japanese people, the famous daily newspaper Nihon Keizai says that what Korea has, but what Japan has not, is the strong control tower. Second one is insurance policy. From the Park Chung-hee government, Korea has relatively very cheap hospital rate. So it lowered the hurdles of the hospital and allowed a widespread medical coverage in the general public. And finally, but not leastly, is smart digital governance and innovation smart system and using big data and ensure the transparency and openness can allow the tracing the patient's whereabouts completely and actually in a real time. Okay. So let me conclude tentatively about what is good governance and what is new governance model. As you know, we need a strategy and we need a strategic policy direction. The definition of strategy is, as you know, is an act of selecting a set of policies which would have the best result and effect. The prioritizing policy items to allocate the limited national resources efficiently. That's why I want to conclude that the good governance is some kind of balance among productivity and democracy and the flexibility. Okay, the flexibility is maybe is a little bit new terminology, but as time goes on, if I have a chance later, I will explain more. As you know, the productivity is one-stop, non-stop, any-stop government, and paperless and buildingless government, and clean and transparent government, and digital, neural, and knowledge government. And as regards to the democracy, we need the e-policy participation with the new policy idea and participation, and e-politics participation in the e-voting and e-Congress. And as for the reflexivity, we need the trust building and matured society, and we need the open dialogue, and we have a good public space we need, and open, transparent society and community is necessary. As a final slide, this is my total conclusion. We need a good governance innovation. Our dependent variable is innovation, good innovation. To achieve the innovation, we really need strong and committed leader as a political leadership. And we need a new technological factor. And we need a new institutional factor. We need active attitude. And we need open culture. So, the strong and committed leadership should introduce new technology factor like AI, IoT, and drone, and self-driving car, and big data, and robot, and drone. This kind of new technology should be employed in the fourth industrial revolution in our new public administration and governance. And for the management factor, we really need a legal framework, new legal framework, and also we need a good regulatory framework, and also agile governance and cost reduction. And we may need active attitude change and responsibility among the local public officials as well as central public officials. And also we need the open culture and open transparency and fighting against silos and fighting against nepotism and fighting against comfort zone, I don't care attitude, and somebody will do it attitude. We have to fight against this kind of mindset or attitude. So altogether, as a new leadership, as a new public administration and governance, I really want to argue that this is based on my empirical research. This is, I did the statistical analysis based on a questionnaire and data, and I analyzed the multiple regression analysis and structured equation model. And I found that strong leadership is most important. And then we need a new technology and new management and active attitude and open culture. These 5 variables is key to achieve the new innovation in our new world and new public administration and new governance. Okay. Maybe if I have a chance later on, offline, I would be, enjoy, delighted to communicate with you with a face-to-face situation. Anyway, thank you again. This is for my brief speech, and I will go back to the Mrs. Waike and our secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kwon, for sharing with us with your insight and knowledge about governance and innovation, particularly the experience from your country. Now, for everyone, I want to ask Professor Kwon, so please be patient, because now I will invite Professor Carl Middleton. Professor Middleton, are you on the Zoom now?
I am, yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Professor Middleton. You are on this screen. So after 4 participants, please, if you want to ask some question,
Yes.
to Professor Kwon, so please wait until Professor Carl Middleton finish his presentation. So before I invite Professor Carl Middleton, I want to read his bio, academic bio. Professor Carl Middleton, this is the second time you joined with us, Professor Middleton.
It is. I joined your 3-in-1 seminars last month.
Yeah. Thank you. Professor Carl Middleton from Faculty of Political Science, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. And he is a Deputy Director, Master of Arts in International Development Studies programs since January 2017. And then also he is a Director, Center for Social Development Studies, also started in January 2017. And he taught some courses, particularly in Master of Art level, Development Theory and Practice, Politics of Public Policy, and Globalization. Also, he taught on environmental policy and politics. And he has an education background from bachelor and PhD from University on Manchester. So it's time now, Professor, to share with us with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Would it be okay if I share my screen?
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
One second.
Hang on. There's still trouble with his. Okay now.
Okay. Do you see the screen?
Yes. It's clearly.
Okay. Thank you so much. So first of all, thank you so much for the invitation today to join this seminar. As you mentioned, I had the opportunity to present earlier as well, and I presented on the bigger picture of sustainability in the age of the Anthropocene. And so I thought that what I'd like to share for this seminar, recognizing that the topic is on globalization and the challenges of public administration amid intense geopolitical competition, I thought I'd focus more onto the sustainability challenge in the 21st century, and in particular the challenges around transboundary water governance as a process of intergovernmental relations and also more widely state-society and state-nature relations. So for this presentation, when we talk about geopolitics in the context of rivers, I think we also need to think about hydropolitics. So I'll share like an initial idea on thinking about hydropolitics, and then think about somewhat about the relationship between people and rivers as to why this is important, and then talk about some of the transformations that are occurring in mainland Southeast Asia on the Mekong River. Then to connect this to the seminar's focus on public administration, I'll talk about transboundary water governance institutions, and then onto some geopolitics around some of the controversies that have emerged in the last couple of years that relate to low flows of the river and the hydropolitics that emerged. To wrap up the presentation, I'll talk about some emerging sustainability and development issues around water diplomacy as a paradigm, sustainable hydropower as an approach, and ideas around electricity governance, and then conclude with a couple of challenges and opportunities as I see them. So first, to think about hydropolitics. So to give a brief conceptual framing, hydropolitics has been understood in different ways with different conceptual framings. Maybe the most, the initial approach that has dominated at least much of the academic literature has emphasized hydropolitics as mainly being about benefit sharing, and thus primarily being the affairs of intergovernmental cooperation. One of the challenges in this approach is that it doesn't really pay attention to the fact that conflict and cooperation can actually occur simultaneously. So a second body of literature that is often understood as hydropolitics recognizes that the politics around transboundary water can simultaneously entail conflict and cooperation at the same time. This is largely a literature that is situated within international relations. But actually, if we think about the importance of water in relation to people and in relation to sustainable development, then water is very much the affair not only of state governance, but actually also of civil society, communities, the private sector, and others. So a third way of interpreting hydropolitics, which is the approach that I will take in this presentation, is to think about critical hydropolitics, which introduces how both state and non-state actors interact as political actors shaping geopolitical orders around transboundary water. And I think the important emphasis within this approach is the significance of acknowledging both multi-scaled processes, that transboundary water governance occurs both at the transboundary level, but also very much within local contexts, and also how power relations are very important to understanding how decisions take place. So I want to kind of begin the presentation just by introducing this as a general perspective. So I think transboundary water is one of the defining challenges of the 21st century, including in the context of climate change. And I want to focus the presentation onto the experience in Southeast Asia and then draw out wider lessons from it. So many of you, I think, would know already of the major river systems of mainland Southeast Asia. In this presentation, I will focus on the Mekong Lanchang River, which is a transboundary river shared between six countries, China, Myanmar, Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. There's a range of different transboundary water issues that are emerging. Perhaps the most prevalent in at least in the public eye is the issue of hydropower dam construction, both on the mainstream and tributaries. But there's been a range of other issues that have emerged, for example, on rivers as navigation and rapids blasting as a way of enabling transportation on the river, as well as the changing characteristics of the river. As I'd mentioned a minute ago, that there are nowadays periods of very low flow, which might be partly due to drought, but also due to hydropower project operation, and also severe flooding, as is happening at this very moment across the river basin, for example, in northeast Thailand, due to the intensive rain that's occurred. In terms of thinking about how transboundary water governance occurs, then we might first think, well, this is a collective action problem, and therefore turn to the role of states. And I'll connect this more to the geopolitics later in the presentation. But to first mention that there have been various intergovernmental agreements that have been made and intergovernmental institutions. So the foremost perhaps is the Mekong River Commission, and another more recent one is the Lanchang Mekong Cooperation. I'll discuss these in a little bit more detail later in the presentation. But these institutions are embedded within a number of other regional frameworks, such as the Greater Mekong Subregion Programme, or ASEAN. I wanted to present this today for this seminar, given the interest in the geopolitics. So there's intense geopolitics around the Mekong River that's not only between the countries of the river basin themselves, but also being shaped by wider geopolitics, especially US-China relations. So I'll discuss this in more detail later in the presentation. One approach that's been emerging, maybe in response to these geopolitics or as a part of them, is the idea of hydro diplomacy. So essentially shifting water governance from the sphere of technical expertise alone to thinking about it as an issue of foreign affairs and international relations more broadly defined. So I'll unpack these themes as we go through the presentation. I want to really start by situating this presentation within the experience of communities who live on the river. So the Mekong River is a flood pulse ecosystem. It's one of the most productive fisheries in the world, and it also is one of the most biodiverse rivers in the world. And one of the reasons for this high productivity is the fact that it's a flood pulse ecosystem, meaning that it has a high flow in the rainy season and a low flow in the dry season. And about 80% of the river's flow flows in the rainy season. And so if you were to travel down the river, you'll see a range of different livelihoods alongside it. One of these pictures in the top left are floating communities in Cambodia on the Tonle Sap Lake. The lower picture are riverbank agriculture in northern Thailand. So what I want to kind of convey is the material importance of these issues of transboundary water governance to people's lives. And as I emphasize here the importance of the river's flow characteristics, this will become, the significance of this will become recognized as we discuss about the changes that are taking place in the basin. And also questions of how climate change will be changing weather patterns that will impact on the river's flood pulse as well. So I think this is also one of the challenges that we'll be touching on here in terms of transboundary water governance. How can different reasons for the change be disaggregated? For example, between the construction of large dams and their operation, which will store water in the rainy season and release it in the dry season, versus the impacts of climate change that are now increasingly felt, versus other types of more local anthropogenic causes of change, such as irrigation projects or the way that sand mining is taking place across the basin. So all of these issues relate to public policies that are often siloed, as was mentioned in the previous presentation. Like the siloization of sustainability challenges is something that we very much see in the issue of water governance. Another challenge, I think, is the pace of change in the river basin. So in this graph, I've put together a timeline of the growing extent of hydropower electricity that's been generated across the basin. and disaggregated it by countries in this case. So in the interest of time, I won't go into this in detail, but overall, there are across the lower basin, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, and Thailand, there's 89 medium and large scale dam projects in operation, and another 14 under construction, and another 30 planned. And in China, there's 11 medium and large projects in operation on the mainstream, and 95 more on tributaries. The bottom line here is that over the last 30 years, the river basin has significantly changed from a river that was largely free-flowing to a river that is nowadays highly impounded and therefore shaped by the way in which projects are being governed and operated. The question of the apportioning of harms and benefits is also very important to consider. So in this diagram, I wanted to show that actually hydropower development is very embedded into a regional political economy and vision of electricity power trade. So electricity is being largely exported outside of the basin to urban centers, for example, to Bangkok, to Ho Chi Minh City, to Hanoi, and to the eastern seaboard of China. So this raises important questions of environmental justice, where the impacts of these projects are experienced within the basin, both locally by people that are displaced, but also more widely by people experience the changes of the river basin, but the benefits of electricity traversing long distances across the river, across the region. So let me turn now to some of the governance dimensions. The institutionalization of transboundary water governance. So as a general approach to thinking about transboundary water governance, we might first of all refer to international water law, and in particular the UN Convention on the Law of Non-Navigational Uses of International Watercourses. And essentially that international law views rivers as common pool resources, and in that sense requires collective action between states and between government agencies responsible for water. There are kind of key principles within the framework that reflect a lot of the international best practices in environmental law in general. But it might be useful in particular to think about equitable and reasonable utilization as a way of thinking about the way that states negotiate between each other. So equitable and reasonable utilization is an idea that each watercourse state in their respective territories can utilize an international watercourse in an equitable and reasonable manner. So what it largely reflects is that states have an obligation to negotiate with each other in sharing a watercourse, but no one state has a veto right over another state as well. How this concept of equitable and reasonable use is interpreted and negotiated in practice, in essence, is the challenge of transboundary water governance. So in the Mekong region, like these principles of international law have been institutionalized in particular within the Mekong River Commission. So the Mekong River Commission was established in 1995. It has a longer history that goes back to the 1950s and 1960s and the Cold War context of the region at the time. So personally, I'm very interested in I guess the political economy in which these agreements have emerged within. But to keep it brief for today, the Mekong River Commission was established between the 4 lower states to cooperate in all fields of sustainable development, utilization, management, and conservation of water and related resources. So the MRC is essentially a rules-based organization and a river basin organization, and it has a number of functions that I've listed here, including generating knowledge and managing data and coordinating planning between the riparian states. The challenge is how national development planning on water resources becomes the basis of international cooperation, right? So the relative importance given to national interest and national plans vis-a-vis regional cooperation. Thinking more on the political economy of river basin organizations, how much political buy-in is there to these international organizations is also important to consider. So in recent years, there have been 3 leadership level summits for the Mekong River Commission, and at those meetings, China has been a dialogue partner. So this is a significant issue that we could touch on more, that China is not a member of the MRC. And in terms of transboundary water governance, this has raised some challenges to date. So overall, to connect this more to environmental politics, the MRC's approach is largely ecological modernization. It's quite anthropocentric. It sees water mainly as a resource for human development. There's a lot more to say on each of these on the MRC and also this organization, but I will be brief for the presentation. The Lancang Mekong Cooperation is a more recent initiative that comes under the Belt and Road Initiative led by China. So the Lancang Mekong Cooperation, the river is actually the namesake of this organization, and it has as one of its 5 sub-themes cooperation around water. So essentially, it's not rules-based in the same form as the MRC. It's based more around political agreements, and there's been several summits that have kind of turned these political agreements into project-based approaches. So 3 summits in total, similar to the MRC. There's been a lot of debate within the region about what does it mean to have 2 organizations, both ostensibly being river basin organizations. And I think this is a part of the geopolitics, to be honest. Like, how do different regional institutions cooperate between themselves on transboundary water governance? But similar to the MRC, it involves similar types of programs, so policy dialogue, data sharing, technical cooperation, and joint research. There's perhaps, I think, under this program, less transparency and public participation. But maybe I'll discuss this more shortly. So one of the questions around transboundary water governance is, how are these organizations able to cooperate together or not? So at first, as I said, there were questions around whether the MRC and the LMC would be competing or cooperating. It seems that the general direction is that there's more cooperation nowadays. So MOUs have been signed. There's some more commitment to data sharing and joint research. But as I mentioned already, it's important to recognize that the MRC is mandated by international treaty, whereas the LMC is mainly through political agreements. I think what I want to emphasize here, again in the interest of being brief, is that both of these organizations are largely state-led approaches, and so their programs are fairly consistent in thinking about the relationship between society and water. Perhaps the bigger question is around how these organizations fit into wider visions for regional economic integration. So actually, there's a far larger number of regional cooperations that are focused more onto, or regional architectures that are focused more onto economic cooperation. So I've listed some of them here. And one of the challenges around transboundary water governance is that it's often not seen as being at the center of economic integration, and maybe some of the governance mechanisms around transboundary water might even seem to be as slowing up economic integration. For example, the ideas of sustainable development as balancing economic, social, and environmental considerations. So the MRC especially has seemed to have been more marginalized from some of these economic regional cooperation programs. The LMC, by its design, actually includes economic cooperation as another one of its pillars. So in that sense, there's more integration between them. I think one of the things that I want to emphasize in this presentation, however, in thinking about transboundary water governance and state policies and practices, is that there's a lot of other things going on in the spheres of transboundary water governance that actually, if we take a critical hydropolitics approach, also need to be paid attention to. So, for example, there's been transboundary dialogues and forums organized by civil society and academics that discuss on various topics related to transboundary water governance, more like a track 2 process. There's also a diversified network of research networks, also beyond and the kind of the state-led knowledge production that is with the Mekong River Commission and the LMC. So these are like sometimes academic-led organizations or think tank-led initiatives. And there's also, very importantly, community and civil society initiatives and networks. So this is to also recognize that water is very much embedded within local cultures and practices. And given that centrality, civil society groups have organized at the local level to organize local protection and conservation initiatives, but also recognizing that the water is shared between multiple places and across countries, they've also networked across the wider region as well. A lot of this has materialized in terms of challenging particular large dam projects that are seen as harmful to communities. But we could also see really interesting examples of community-led conservation and river basin collaboration, such as the Ing People's Council in northern Thailand. So I want to kind of just emphasize here the importance of seeing transboundary water governance as being state civil society relations and state civil society private relations. So now to kind of turn to the theme on geopolitics and hydropolitics, and I'll discuss in particular the last couple of years in the river basin. So there's been some very remarkable changes to the river that have occurred, especially in the dry season the last couple of years. So some of these images here show the river at the lowest, like literally the lowest level in living memory, and some of the lowest levels in recorded history for the river. And it led to very intensive discussions about why the river was running so low. Was it because of regional drought? Was it because of the impact of hydropower dam operation, a combination of the both, or some other reason? But it was widely reported as having a lot of impact on local livelihoods, on the fisheries, on the fishing practices, on the irrigated agriculture and farming, and so on. A lot of the attention was directed towards mainstream dams, especially China's upstream projects. And this is, I think, where the geopolitics started to come in. So there was a study that was, one thing that's important to mention is that there's limited data sharing between upstream and downstream countries. And that leads to essentially a lack of full understanding about the conditions across the basin and the conditions of the operation of hydropower projects. And so in the context of intensifying US-China geopolitical relationships, a study was published that was supported with some funding from the US that used remote sensing to understand the water levels upstream in China and its impacts onto downstream countries, especially onto northern Thailand. And this study essentially was interpreted as indicating that China was holding back water that could have been alleviating drought downstream. And that led to a very significant debate in the region, both about the quality of, the questions of the methodology of the study, as well as its findings. So it resonated a lot with the regional media that was concerned about the low flows, but also some regional think tanks and researchers questioned whether the types of strong conclusions that were being drawn from the study that had been presented were actually backed up enough with the method that had been used. And so that led to a very interesting question, or raised important questions and politics of knowledge between different research groups, including the Mekong River Commission, because obviously the states were interested in understanding the reasons for the low flows, as well as researchers from some institutions in China about another explanation for the low flows. So again, there's been a lot of discussion about this debate that unfolded, but it shows how how science can become politicized, and this has consequences for cooperation around sustainable development.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me. You have 5 minutes to go.
Okay, thank you very much.
You.
Thank you. So one of the outcomes of this was that China announced that it would share more hydrological data from 2 downstream stations on its part of the river as a way of better understanding the upstream conditions. So this, in terms of sustainable development and geopolitics, I think this is significant, that there's been increased water data sharing and publicizing of these findings. But there's also important limitations at present as well. How data is being presented and shared between state agencies is not necessarily in a usable form for local communities to prepare for the changes on the ground. And there's not a connect between the way in which the projects are being operated and an institutionalized accountability mechanism for the impacts that are being experienced by communities alongside the river. So I'll briefly talk now on some emerging sustainable development issues and then give some conclusions. So the first is on water diplomacy and as an approach to transboundary water governance and sustainable development. So I mentioned at the beginning that one way of approaching water governance is through paradigms like integrated water resources management. That is kind of an idea of taking water centrally and then connecting state agencies around it. And it also has principles around public participation and other kind of ideas of integrative approaches. Water diplomacy seems to be emerging as an approach beyond that, where it recognizes that technical approaches alone are not really suitable for thinking about governing water, and it is also a political issue. And so bringing in ministries of foreign affairs and wider mechanisms of international relations are an important way of negotiating transboundary water. One emerging question towards this approach is whether it shifts away a little bit from the earlier emphasis on public participation in transboundary water governance. So to what extent is water diplomacy a state-centric paradigm? Second is the emergence of sustainable hydropower as a discourse. So, there's a really big debate about the impacts of hydropower on sustainable development. So in terms of its impact on ecosystems and local communities, versus whether it is some form of climate solution in contrast to coal. So I don't have time to go into this in great detail, but just to say that this is it's as much a question of discourses of industries as it is about what happens on the ground. There seems to be quite a disconnect between the way in which sustainable hydropower as a paradigm is being discussed versus the way in which projects actually practice their projects on the ground in terms of the impacts that occur. Even the question of carbon emissions cannot be taken for granted, meaning that hydropower can release significant amounts of greenhouse gas emissions, which has been revealed in recent research in the Mekong region. And it requires project-specific studies to kind of establish the extent to which hydropower can be understood as a climate solution. The other thing that I would point towards is the kind of extension of the emerging politics of knowledge in the region, and how there are increasing kind of conflicting researches and narratives about the extent to which these new hydropower projects are having impacts on ecosystems and people, and how some of these studies are contradictory to the way in which communities see their experiences occurring on the river. So in the interest of time, I won't go into this in detail, but I'm glad to discuss more. The third or fourth emerging issue, I think, is the question of sustainable and just electricity transformation. So actually, transboundary water governance is very much related to energy planning. And I think this is where there needs to also be an important shift in approaches for policy, from understanding electricity as being expert-led planning to recognizing that electricity is actually an important public interest issue. Although it requires expertise, it also reflects public values in terms of what types of projects are being built. I will conclude with these 4 points and then stop, if that's okay. So for conclusion, the Mekong River Basin, the case that I presented, has experienced significant change from water infrastructure. What I've tried to emphasize is some of the approaches that are being taken to transboundary water governance and some of the challenges, and especially some of the emerging paradigms like water diplomacy and how to ensure that they do not just become state-to-state processes. I think it's important to think about the political economy of transboundary water governance, and important to recognize the commons of water, not just hydropower profit generation, and the importance of thinking about public participation and accountability. So recognizing that I'm at the end of my time, I will stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Middleton, for sharing with us about your material presentation. Now we can go to the second section, question and answer. So I think there are two questions, one to Professor Kwon and one to Professor Middleton. I can read from the chat board. I think the first is Professor Kwon. Are you ready to?
Sure.
Okay. Have you read the question on the chat?
Okay, I already read. Can
okay
I?
Then.
Okay.
I think Raka Hafiz asked you about how the Korean government create and handle vaccination compliance policy when it comes to giving vaccine to the citizen of Korea. And there are also the question about jab of vaccine. Is it a culture or local norms being barrier for communities in Korea to accept the jab of vaccine? Because if you know Professor Anthony Fauci from US mentioned that there is in early pandemic there is what is this background, particularly religion barrier from community to refuse about jab vaccine. That's from the question for Professor Kwon. And also the question for Professor Middleton, I think from Raka, regarding the water decrease of the Mekong River in the drought season. Let's say hypothetically machine learning predict the upcoming flow pattern of the Mekong River based on the available historic data. So how would the river future transboundary governance be settled if this prediction is available? So please, thank you.
Thank you. And question for me, the Laka Hafishi Seti one, I think it is a good question. And first of all, basically, I think Korean and any other Oriental, Asian people compared to the Western, like maybe Europe and America, and there has been not much strong resistance from the first place about the vaccination. Okay, that's the cultural issue maybe. So in Korea, I believe I think that many voluntary vaccination was implemented, but the Korean government, I think they do the stick and carrot approach. So meaning that regulation and incentives. For the incentive, as you know, the only vaccinated people allowed the restaurant and hotel and any other public place. So if they do not get the vaccination, it is very inconvenient. Okay, so that's one issue. The other one is that Korean public administration has administered and delivered and proceed a well-organized and well-arranged administration skill, such as the, distribution of age and distribution of some of alphabetical order. There is some orderly arranged, smoothly and efficiently administering about the vaccination. And for example, Korean government also allows some of the local hospital opened on Sunday, and so that the busy person and busy woman or busy lady or busy gentleman are allowed to get the vaccination through the Saturday and Sunday, even during the night times, so that they do that kind of administration and governance is the very much helpful and useful for the vaccination approach. Is that enough?
Thank you, Professor Kwon. That was very enlightening about the compliance policy regarding the vaccination of the Korean citizen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I have a question also for Professor Kwon. Yeah, how South Korea can produce strong and commit leaders, and what lesson learned for Indonesian based Korean experience?
Sorry, Ms. Moderator, and your question is how Korea strong and committed leadership was possible?
Yeah, I think so. Is regarding governance innovation, which is leadership is the biggest factor for governance innovation. So the question is how South Korea can produce strong and commit leaders, and what lesson will be shared with us in Indonesia?
You mean the compared to the Indonesia?
Yes, I think so. The question is kind of like
I
that.
think first of all, as you know, the Korean economic development, Hangang, miracle was possible in the 1960s and 70s and 80s. And it was the strong and the effective leadership of the President Park Chung-hee. Compared to the Sukarno in Indonesia, I have not studied in-depthly comparative study, but many political science students know that, in Korea, as regard to the strong and committed leadership of Park Chung-hee, he built the semiconductor and information science, and even heavy equipped POSCO, and many industrial strong infrastructure was possible because of his strong and non-corrupted leadership. And I don't know it is relating with the Korean culture, but also in Korea, usually in culture is Confucianism, right? And it means that it's a little bit very authoritative, a little bit hierarchical culture, and father has a strong authorization in the family, and the president has a strong authorization in the government compared to the other culture. So maybe that's another part of the issue that Korea has allowed the strong and effective leadership. But as regard to the COVID-19, it was not the personal leadership. It is institutional leadership. Like Korean CDC has a strong infrastructure and strong and institutional power to enforce about this kind of vaccination or other issues. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Professor Middleton, you have a question from Raka Hafiz. Yeah, about the water decrease of the Mekong River in the drought season. So let's say, hypothetically, machine learning predict the upcoming flow pattern of the Mekong River based on the available historic data. So how will the river future transboundary governance be settled if this prediction is available? The question is from Raka.
Thank you very much, Raka. That's a really interesting question, I think.
Indeed.
It's also, essentially, it's the promise of all hydrological engineers, that the flow regime can be predicted. Maybe I'll just have two comments on the possibility of that, and then one on what this might mean in practice. So one thing is that in the context of climate change, the past is no longer a good predictor of the future, because weather regimes are changing. Historically, engineers would design their projects according to the past flow patterns of a river system, and they design, for example, for the most extreme of the 100-year floods. But nowadays, those past flood patterns are not not accurate to kind of anticipate the future, and this is becoming an issue. I'm not sure in Indonesia, but certainly in mainland Southeast Asia, where past infrastructure projects have been kind of designed for anticipated past flows that may not actually be secure enough for future flow regimes. The second thing that I would say is, what do we do with data? I think this is why I also find the question really interesting, that one of the challenges, I think, in working towards sustainability is making analysis actionable. So in other words, like it is conceivable that some form of reasonable prediction of the future flows of the river could be created, but it's not really just about the natural flows, it's also how projects are operated. But presenting that physical data is very different from being able to actually act on it. And so a large part of research in what's maybe understood as sustainability science is taking transdisciplinary research approaches to kind of bring together these types of scientists with practitioners, with policymakers, with politicians, with civil society, to essentially co-produce knowledge that can become actionable on the ground. I think this is where the secret to sustainability lies, in a sense. And so some of the politics of knowledge that have emerged in the region at the moment is essentially around the disconnect between the types of data that's being shared between states and how that actually talks to people who live within the river basin who want to anticipate changes. So I think that transdisciplinary research would be an important part of working beyond just predicting flows. A final really brief comment is the challenge of the political economy of transboundary water governance, where because a lot of the projects being operated by private developers, and many of them have been contracted already in a particular way that kind of locks them into the electricity system, it's quite challenging to kind of redesign the flow regime in a sense. Even if it was possible to say we can find a solution that is more equitable and ecologically sustainable, the bigger challenge is perhaps in the governance system of how do you renegotiate these types of contracts that have been signed, and also compensate some private profit for a public good, if we understand water as being a public good as well. So those are three thoughts that come to mind on this question. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have one question before I go to Dr. Firda Hidayati. It's really interesting. You mentioned in your presentation that building a dam construction in some countries can affect the changing of civilization, or may create the loss of civilization as well. So what the literature say in how government to deal with, and how the geopolitics can shape this situation, as many places in the world go to war, conflict due to the water conflict. So what do you think, Professor Middleton?
Thanks so much. So one thing to say first about water is that, and the reason why I wanted to present this today is that water underpins essentially life itself and our societies, ranging from our bodies being 97% water in the first place to the way in which all economic activities connect to water in some way. So our whole way of living depends upon governing water sustainably, in essence. In the 1990s, there was this kind of question asked of whether water would be the new oil in terms of countries going to war over it. And I think largely that's not been the case, that we need to kind of see water security and transboundary water security as being one point of kind of pressure that might increase tensions between countries, but it's relatively rare to identify cases where countries have gone to war specifically over sharing water. So in some ways we might be reassured by that, but at the same time, in the context of climate change, the intensity of competition over allocating water we could expect to become more intense. In terms of governance solutions, I would just suggest a couple which are kind of implied in the presentation already. I think that one thing is to kind of think more about the politics of water rather than the technical dimension. So water diplomacy is potentially a promising paradigm because it opens up the range of trade-offs that states might consider in negotiating with other countries. But I also still caution on that one of the important earlier paradigms, integrated water resources management, emphasized public participation, and I think that that's still very important. The other way that I often think about this is to always recognize transboundary water as being multi-scaled. We can't have sustainable transboundary water governance without also having sustainable local water governance. You know, it's not hierarchical, but it's relational. So it means that we need sustainable, inclusive and sustainable transboundary cooperation, which is founded on sustainable local practices. And local practices can only really be sustainable if they are inclusive and just. Because as we go in local economies, water is also very central to a lot of practices, whether we're talking urban or rural. So I think that the other kind of suggestion on this is to always think of water as being multi-scaled, where governance and public administration in that governance occurs at multiple scales. Thank you.
Yeah, the good point is water is very, very paramount and important for human being.
And for all of nature too.
Yeah. So, okay, thank you, Professor Middleton. Ibu Dr. Hidayati want to say, because I see the icon of hand rising. So
yes.
Please, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wike. I would like to ask question for both speakers today, Prof. Kwon and Prof. Carl Middleton. First of all, for Prof. Kwon, really, I am, to be honest, I feel like, okay, governance for a 5.0, this is very interesting.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you add 2 values to enhance the use of artificial intelligence in terms of wisdom and ethics. This is very critical for governance 5.0. Could you please enlighten us about this matter with South Korean and other country case study? I mean that what kind of regulation that can be made to regulate this unethical use of drone and private and individual database? Thank you. And for Dr. Carl Middleton, I would like to ask you to expand your insight on hydrographical of Mekong River. This 6 countries, there's a lot of countries. What do you think is the most affected by this river? I mean, are they equally shared the power to control the water use that should bring benefit to their citizens? And that my understanding that there is some conflict. I mean, like Thailand is maybe, I think, closely related with US. And meanwhile, the Myanmar is closely related with China. Does this alliance affect the hydropolitical dialogue and diplomatic? And also one more, to add to the complexity, this river basin hydroelectric power built by Chinese government must have impact on this so-called water sustainability across the 6 countries. So this question is closely related with the water diplomacy in terms of transparency of water use data, since there is imbalanced power between the countries. I think those questions for all of you. Thank you.
Can I try?
Yes, please.
Please.
Yes, thank you for your question. And for the future economic development, deregulation for the first industrial industries like artificial intelligence and drone, especially for the semiconductor, is necessary. So in addition to the governance 5.0, we really need, I mean, the Indonesian government also pay much attention about artificial intelligence and semiconductor, because this is the focal point of the tension between the United States and China, and United States and European countries. This is high value added future industry. Without semiconductor, there is no future industry. No self-driving car, no drone, no artificial intelligence, no robot. So South Korea and President Yoon Suk-yeol is really driving for the, building up the manpower in the university and graduate school, and we really scale up for the master's degree and PhD degree for the semiconductor. As the dean of SKKU, I am also touching on these issues, how to increase the graduate students in the field of semiconductor to have a high capacity of the high-tech industry. And also new governance, or maybe government 5.0, need this kind of high-tech industry. So big data and much scientific evidence-based public administration is necessary now and in the near future. And also, having said that, I like to briefly mention about to the students. I don't know if she's students, but her name is Tasha, and she wrote in the
Chat. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Tasha asking you.
Yes. So let me briefly addressing about her question. And yes, inertia, lead tape, and comfort zone, and silos and sectionalism is typical problem of the developing countries. So I'm very familiar because in SKKU has a global MPA program. It is full scholarship, quicker sponsored program. We usually have 2 or 3 Indonesian government officials coming to the SKKU, and I have experienced more than 10 years discussion about this kind of local innovation and kind of government innovation issue. 2 approaches. One is legalization approach. First one, I remember in Korean COVID-19 policy was possible because there is a legal framework which give the strong power to the Korean CDC to coordinate and to approach to other local institutions. That's we need a strong legal framework or legalization approach. The other one is, of course, digital government. We need the open, smart e-government reform, which may lead to the open and transparent administration is possible. So again, we need a leadership. To have a good leadership, we have to awaken local citizen to have a good choice in the election. So we need a citizen or NGO community. We need the awakened and awareness program in the education as well as citizen movement, so that institutional reform should be realized using this kind of approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Middleton?
Thank you so much. Really good questions and quite challenging to answer, because I actually think that there's no silver bullet, so to speak, of how to find a perfectly satisfactory solution. But I mean, I think mean, you've mentioned already that there are 6 countries that share the river basin, and I mean, even if you think about it from a fairly conventional international relations perspective, each country's national interest is somewhat divergent. I didn't really go into detail of each of the countries themselves, but just to kind of say that they relate to the river in different ways. But I think in a kind of critical hydropolitics sense, the national interest as represented in intergovernmental negotiations is not often or not always equivalent to various local interests within the countries themselves. So there can be disconnects between riverside communities that may be more politically marginalized from the national discussions and the national representation of that national interest. So I think, so at one level, it is actually really important to recognize that like some form of solution will depend upon seeing transboundary water governance as a collective action question between states. Probably of those states, you've already kind of mentioned China as being significant, and that's definitely correct. Because as the upstream state, especially in the dry season, it has a significant influence over dry season flows, because a lot of the water in the dry season was stored in glaciers before the dams were built, and are now stored in reservoirs. So governance has to connect to the materiality of the basin in that sense, is what I'm trying to say here, that we don't want to abstract the institutionalization from the physical and the geological, the hydrological characteristics of the basin. I think as a kind of short, a brief answer to this, I think one of the crucial, so already in the presentation I gave a couple of examples of intergovernmental institutionalizations, the MRC and the Lancang Mekong Cooperation, and those are the main arenas through which states are negotiating in slightly different ways. But I think the most important way of strengthening that collective action is actually to turn more to the question of accountability mechanisms between states and civil societies across the basin, because the impacts that are occurring are leading to significant conflicts or tensions between states, and also questions as to why the changes are occurring and who should be accountable for addressing them. So that there have been, I think accountability is one arena is the courts. I think there has to be legal mechanisms. There's been a very important court case in Thailand that's taken place over the past decade about the way in which the Thai government was involved in the planning of the first Mekong mainstream dam located in Laos. The reason why the Thai government was taken to court over it was because the project actually exports electricity to Thailand grid. And some agencies of the Thai government are obviously therefore involved in the planning process. And also one of the banks that the Thai government is a partial owner of was one of the financiers. So I think, like, for those details, the important thing is actually the question of whether there could be legally accountability mechanisms through court cases in transboundary cases. So ultimately, the Supreme Court just a couple of weeks ago concluded that the Thai state was not in the wrong in this case, but it was still an important precedent of exploring legal mechanisms. I think the other thing I would just kind of draw your attention to an approach called a kind of socio-legal approach that kind of recognizes the plurality of governing mechanisms beyond formal governance processes. There's a really important book by Ben Boer and colleagues called The Mekong that explores a socio-legal approach to thinking about transboundary water governance, and it would carry to all river basins. It basically shows how sometimes hard law is relatively soft in terms of effectiveness, and soft laws can be relatively hard in terms of effectiveness. So that's kind of pluralizing essentially governance across multiple arenas, both state-centered legal mechanisms and other forms of norms, voluntary practices, and so on. The other thing I would just very briefly add is, I think in terms of the goal of sustainability, there needs to be more problematization of futures thinking. So our university, Chulalongkorn University, is just launching a new UNESCO chair in resource governance and futures literacy, where we want to further these questions, like how do we really think about the future? Oftentimes the plannings that are put in place in intergovernmental mechanisms don't really problematize the overall goal of governance explicitly. And the idea of futures literacy is to kind of build our capacities as a 21st century skill to really engage with the ideas of the way in which we think about the future, because the politics of the future actually shapes the politics of the present. So I'd say the other kind of approach to thinking about this would be to reskill ourselves, in a sense, towards a different way of thinking about futures. I'll stop there. Thank you very much for the very good question.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Middleton. I think before I close and handing back to Ms. Shaina, there is one question from a PhD student from Jakarta, Bapak Moko Pamungkas. I think the question goes to Professor Kwon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me do that.
Yes.
Thank
please.
you, Mr. Moko and Pamungkas. Okay.
Pamungkas.
Yes. And it is good and interesting question. And please remember the presentation. When I do the presentation, there are three key focal, point for the governance, new governance, is that wisdom and agility and speed and ethics. So we need more ethical and accountable leadership in the new policy model or governance model, if you like. To do that, of course, we need a strong, knowledge-based political parties. We need a clean and transparent political parties, and also we also need a strong ability and capacity, as well as ethical foundation of party development. So I know that it is not that easy to make a clean and strong knowledge-based political party. It takes time. That's why we need the civil society movement, as well as citizen education and awareness program. And also at the same time, we need to do some kind of digital e-government reform. And I know that it may not be fully grounded answer in the Indonesian field politics, but that's the way we should go. Is that enough?
Thank you, Prof. Kwon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Moko, for asking the question. So, due to the limitation of time, so unfortunately, I have to close this discussion between participant, audience, and Professor Middleton and Professor Kwon. I hope all of you get lots of insight and knowledge from two good people. So thank you so much. Alhamdulillah. So I can back to Ms. Shaina Hasha Ayanda to continue with the next session. Thank you, Professor Middleton. Professor Kwon, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm looking forward with you, Professor Kwon.
Yes, me too. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Rika, who has led the first agenda. And thank you to all speakers for the material and knowledge. I hope all participants can get a benefit and new perspective from the first agenda. For the next session, the attendees are welcome to have a break. The next keynote speakers will start promptly at 15:25. To all participants, have a good break.
So we have to leave now, or just stay on the screen during the break?
All participants can stay on this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we worried there's no capacity anymore, Bu. if we leave this Zoom class right now.
Oke, silakan monggo Pak Moko.
Nuwun Ibu.
Universitas Brawijaya had proclaimed as entrepreneurial university, who first set in the strategic plan Brawijaya University in 2006. To become into entrepreneurial university, Universitas Brawijaya have to reform 3 strategic issues in the field of autonomy, national competitiveness, and health organization. That basic become the foundation of any research that is implemented to have usefulness, so the science and technology resulting from research activities can be developed into a new business unit in the community. As entrepreneurial university, Faculty of Administration Brawijaya University has dynamically developed, supporting the vision of Universitas Brawijaya. Faculty of Administration Brawijaya University for more than half-century has been the best trustable administrative education institution to graduate with the best bachelor degree in the field of administrative science.
Dengan visi menjadikan VIA sebagai lembaga ilmu administrasi yang bermutu dan diakui oleh khalayak luas, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, kami akan selalu meningkatkan kualitas dan kinerja pendidikan yang berbasis pada nilai-nilai tata kelola kewirausahaan. Di dalam pengembangan pendidikan, kami juga didukung dengan adanya tenaga pendidik yang mumpuni dan ahli di bidang ilmu administrasi, memiliki latar belakang pendidikan dari dalam maupun luar negeri, atau tenaga pendidik di VIA UB juga tak jarang merupakan praktisi profesional sesuai dengan bidang keilmuannya. Mereka adalah orang-orang yang memiliki dedikasi tinggi untuk menghasilkan SDM yang ahli di bidang ilmu administrasi, sehingga mampu berkontribusi demi kemajuan bangsa ini.
VIA UB membuka berbagai ruang-ruang keilmuan di bidang ilmu administrasi. Di antaranya adalah ilmu administrasi publik dan ilmu administrasi bisnis. Keduanya memiliki sub-sub keilmuan yang membentuk beberapa program pendidikan yang telah mencetak lulusan-lulusan yang kompeten dan kredibel di bidang keilmuan masing-masing. Melalui evaluasi dan juga peningkatan mutu yang terus-menerus dilakukan, VIA UB diharapkan selalu menjadi lembaga pendidikan ilmu administrasi yang berkualitas dan dipercaya oleh masyarakat luas.
Tata kelola keuangan dan sumber daya di Fakultas Ilmu Administrasi Universitas Brawijaya dilaksanakan secara terstruktur dengan menjadikan data sebagai landasan pengalokasian kebutuhan yang mendukung terselenggaranya proses pendidikan yang optimal.
Di samping mahasiswa dipersiapkan sebagai insan akademis yang menguasai dengan baik pembelajaran di kelasnya terhadap teori-teori yang diberikan para dosen, kami juga melakukan pengembangan karakter atas minat bakat yang dipunyai oleh mahasiswa.
It is my dream to complete my study in the administrative field. Faculty of Administrative Science, University of Brawijaya has become my third choice. In addition to the quality and good learning experience, graduate output has high employment opportunities to compete globally.
The learning activities are delivered creatively and innovatively by the lecturers so students can get real learning experience to provide their close-up picture of professional work. And I think this experience really helps students to shape their attitudes as the main factors in the world of work.
Universitas Brawijaya had proclaimed as entrepreneurial university, who first set in the strategic plan Brawijaya University in 2006. To become into entrepreneurial university, Universitas Brawijaya have to reform 3 strategic issues in the field of autonomy, national competitiveness, and health organization. That basic become the foundation of any research that is implemented to have usefulness, so the science and technology resulting from research activities can be developed into a new business unit in the community. As entrepreneurial university, Faculty of Administration Brawijaya University has dynamically developed, supporting the vision of Universitas Brawijaya. Faculty of Administration Brawijaya University for more than half-century has been the best trustable administrative education institution to graduate with the best bachelor degree in the field of administrative science.
Dengan visi menjadikan VIA sebagai lembaga ilmu administrasi yang bermutu dan diakui oleh khalayak luas, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, kami akan selalu meningkatkan kualitas dan kinerja pendidikan yang berbasis pada nilai-nilai tata kelola. Di dalam pengembangan pendidikan, kami juga didukung dengan adanya tenaga pendidik yang mumpuni dan ahli di bidang ilmu administrasi, memiliki latar belakang pendidikan dari dalam maupun luar negeri, atau tenaga pendidik di VIA UB juga tak jarang merupakan praktisi profesional sesuai dengan bidang keilmuannya. Mereka adalah orang-orang yang memiliki dedikasi tinggi untuk menghasilkan SDM yang ahli di bidang ilmu administrasi, sehingga mampu berkontribusi demi kemajuan bangsa ini.
VIA UB membuka berbagai ruang-ruang keilmuan di bidang ilmu administrasi. Di antaranya adalah ilmu administrasi publik dan ilmu administrasi bisnis. Keduanya memiliki sub-sub keilmuan yang membentuk beberapa program pendidikan yang telah mencetak lulusan-lulusan yang kompeten dan kredibel di bidang keilmuan masing-masing. Melalui evaluasi dan juga peningkatan mutu yang terus-menerus dilakukan, VIA UB diharapkan selalu menjadi lembaga pendidikan ilmu administrasi yang berkualitas dan dipercaya oleh masyarakat luas.
Tata kelola keuangan dan sumber daya di Fakultas Ilmu Administrasi Universitas Brawijaya dilaksanakan secara terstruktur dengan menjadikan data sebagai landasan pengalokasian kebutuhan yang mendukung terselenggaranya proses pendidikan yang optimal.
Di samping mahasiswa dipersiapkan sebagai insan akademis yang menguasai dengan baik pembelajaran di kelasnya terhadap teori-teori yang diberikan para dosen, kami juga melakukan pengembangan karakter atas minat bakat yang dipunyai oleh mahasiswa.
It is my dream to complete my study in the administrative field. Faculty of Administrative Science, University of Brawijaya has become my third choice. In addition to the quality and good learning experience, graduate output has high employment opportunities to compete globally.
The learning activities are delivered creatively and innovatively by the lecturers, so students can get real learning experience to provide their close-up picture of professional work. And I think this experience really helps students to shape their attitudes as the main factors in the world of work.
Universitas Brawijaya had proclaimed as entrepreneurial university, who first set in the strategic plan Brawijaya University in 2006. To become an entrepreneurial university, Universitas Brawijaya have to reform 3 strategic issues in the field of autonomy, national competitiveness, and health organization. That basic become the foundation of any research that is implemented to have usefulness, so the science and technology resulting from research activities can be developed into a new business unit in the community. As entrepreneurial university, Faculty of Administration Brawijaya University has dynamically developed, supporting the vision of Universitas Brawijaya. Faculty of Administration Brawijaya University for more than half century has been the best trustable administrative education institution to graduate with the best bachelor degree in the field of administrative science.
Dengan visi menjadikan VIA sebagai lembaga ilmu administrasi yang bermutu dan diakui oleh khalayak luas, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, kami akan selalu meningkatkan kualitas dan kinerja pendidikan yang berbasis pada nilai-nilai tata kelola kewirausahaan. Di dalam pengembangan pendidikan, kami juga didukung dengan adanya tenaga pendidik yang mumpuni dan ahli di bidang ilmu administrasi, memiliki latar belakang pendidikan dari dalam maupun luar negeri, atau tenaga pendidik di VIA UB juga tak jarang merupakan praktisi profesional sesuai dengan bidang keilmuannya. Mereka adalah orang-orang yang memiliki dedikasi tinggi untuk menghasilkan SDM yang ahli di bidang ilmu administrasi, sehingga mampu berkontribusi demi kemajuan bangsa ini.
VIA UB membuka berbagai ruang-ruang keilmuan di bidang ilmu administrasi. Di antaranya adalah ilmu administrasi publik dan ilmu administrasi bisnis. Keduanya memiliki sub-sub keilmuan yang membentuk beberapa program pendidikan yang telah mencetak lulusan-lulusan yang kompeten dan kredibel di bidang keilmuan masing-masing. Melalui evaluasi dan juga peningkatan mutu yang terus-menerus dilakukan, VIA UB diharapkan selalu menjadi lembaga pendidikan ilmu administrasi yang berkualitas dan dipercaya oleh masyarakat luas.
Tata kelola keuangan dan sumber daya di Fakultas Ilmu Administrasi Universitas Brawijaya dilaksanakan secara terstruktur dengan menjadikan data sebagai landasan pengalokasian kebutuhan yang mendukung terselenggaranya proses pendidikan yang optimal.
Di samping mahasiswa dipersiapkan sebagai insan akademis yang menguasai dengan baik pembelajaran di kelasnya terhadap teori-teori yang diberikan para dosen, kami juga melakukan pengembangan karakter atas minat bakat yang dipunyai oleh mahasiswa.
It is my dream to complete my study in the administrative field. Faculty of Administrative Science, University of Brawijaya has become my third choice. In addition to the quality and good learning experience, graduate output has high employment opportunities to compete globally.
The learning activities are delivered creatively and innovatively by the lecturers, so students can get real learning experience to provide us a picture of professional work. And I think this experience
Bersatu kita maju.
Universitas Brawijaya had proclaimed as entrepreneurial university, who first said in the strategic plan Brawijaya University in 2006. To become into entrepreneurial university, Universitas Brawijaya have to reform three strategic issues in the field of autonomy, national competitiveness, and health organization. That basic become the foundation of any research that is implemented to have usefulness, so the science and technology resulting from research activities can be developed into a new business unit in the community. As entrepreneur city, Faculty of Administration.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Oke, alhamdulillah. Makasih Mas Yogi sudah hadir. It's very honor to have you here after long time.
Pak Yogi, apa kabar?
Baik, alhamdulillah.
Suaranya Bu Wika itu Pak Yogi.
Oh, sorry, Wika.
Yeah. Who are you?
Alhamdulillah, good.
Sehat ya Pak?
Ya, alhamdulillah baik.
Perbedaan waktu 3 jam ya, Mas Yogi?
Sekarang 4 jam. Sejak
sekarang 4 jam.
Di Oktober karena kita masuk ke daylight saving.
Iya, 4 jam udah.
Okay.
Back to normal ya.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to make you rush in Maghrib prayer.
No worries. There's still 10 minutes. So.
Okay, thank you. I think we are waiting for Pak Fadila Putra. No, he is here. Ada Pak Fadila Putra. Okay, but since the first session is held by will be present by Pak Yogi, maybe we can start now, please.
Okay. So I share my screen.
Yes.
Let me share. So can you see the screen?
No. I mean not yet. Yes.
Not yet.
I can.
sorry,
Yes.
not yet.
We need to have opening speech, just like
Okay,
Indonesian style.
First of all, thank you, Ms. Frida, for opening the keynote speaker session. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to the next session. Before we start, I want to remind all participants to use virtual background and fill the attendance list that has been provided by the committees. For the committees, please share the link for the comment. This session will be moderated by Assistant Professor Ike Arni Noventi, SAP, MAP. Before we proceed, allow me to introduce her in a brief. Ike Arni Noventi, SAP, MAP, is lecturer in the Department of Public Administration, Universitas Brawijaya since 2013. Her bachelor degree was gained from Universitas Brawijaya and graduated from the Burapha University, Thailand, for a master degree of political economy and governance. Her education background has allowed her to teach and supervise in public policy, social policy, and governance studies. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Assistant Professor Ike Arni Noventi, SAP, MAP. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Shaina Hasha. Good evening, Dr. Yogi Vidyatama.
Good evening.
Nice to meet you. And also good afternoon, Prof. Carl Middleton. Thank you for still joining in this event. And also good afternoon for all audience. And thank you for still joining in this international seminar. So we will continue to the third session with the presentation from Dr. Yogi Vidyatama. And after that, we'll continue with the fourth session with the presentation from Dr. Fadila Putra. And ladies and gentlemen, let's start our third session. And firstly, I will introduce our third keynote speaker, Dr. Yogi Vidyatama. Dr. Yogi Vidyatama is an associate professor in the National Center for Social and Economic Modeling, Institute for Governance and Policy Analysis, University of Canberra. And Dr. Yogi Vidyatama was graduated from Department of Economics and Development Studies, University of Indonesia in 2000 for his bachelor degree. And for master degree, he was graduated from Master of Economics and Development, National Center of Development Studies, Australian National University in 2003. And then for his PhD, he was graduated from Research School of Pacific and Asian Studies, Australian National University. And Dr. Vidyatama focuses his work in spatial and geographical economic analysis. He is also highly experienced in micro simulation modeling, economic growth, income and wealth distribution, and inequality. His current principal areas of research include spatial impact of government policy, housing affordability, spatial distribution of inequality and disadvantage, and analysis of wealth and superannuation. And for this session, Dr. Yogi will explain about local and remote economies in facing international challenge, lesson from COVID-19 in Eastern Indonesia. For Dr. Yogi Vidyatama, you have 45 minutes for presentation and time is yours.
Thank you. So I will start share my screen. Let's see whether it is working. I believe it is working now. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you,
slide.
Professor Ike. Thank you for the introduction. Before I do my presentation, I would like to first express my condolence for those who are affected by the tragedy in Kanjuruhan Stadium on the weekend. And I also would like to acknowledge that I do this presentation from the land of Ngunnawal people in Canberra, Australia. Today, I would like to present my work with Muhammad Hali Yudhistira and Meila Husna from Universitas Indonesia on how the local and remote economies are facing international challenges in the case of COVID-19 in Eastern Indonesia. I will start with introduction that include brief literature review. Given the time availability, and I would like to have a question and answer if possible, the other part will also be relatively brief. These include the analytic strategy on pattern and policy in Indonesia and quick comparison to Australia, where I worked, and sum them up with the lesson learned so far. The impact of COVID-19 is an appropriate case study to learn how the local government dealing with international challenges, as this issue has dominated the world economy in 2020 and 2021, with 500 million infections, 9 million deaths, and still counting. Indonesia has not escaped from this virus, and of course, with the impact as well. The impact, however, was not distributed equally among areas in Indonesia. Therefore, the policy action item often need to be adapted according to the local situation. In addition, it is local government that hold the main responsibility in public health service. So in this study, we aim to understand the impact of international threat like COVID on Eastern Indonesia, which is in this case defined as provinces in Maluku, Papua, and Nusa Tenggara, so 6 provinces as a whole. The reason for this is that these remote areas are thought to be have less connection and hence less impact, or at least delayed impact, but at the same time also have to endure lack of infrastructure in facing any external shock. So in the last 2 years, there have been many studies look at the policies of the various governments in facing COVID. restriction had become the effective policy around the world. This includes restriction of movement regarding business activities as well as international travel. The neighboring countries such as Malaysia, Thailand, the Philippines, Australia, and New Zealand had various degrees of success with their restriction, but also shows how the restriction can be both break the economy by causing business failure, unemployment, and public debt, and it can be broken easily by relaxing it too fast or unexpected activities from the communities. Due its impact on the economy, the government needs to also provide support, especially income for the restriction policy to be successful. In many areas, the role of local government had been significant due to the local nature of infection and the concentration of COVID cases. Nevertheless, it also increased the pressure on its capacity and capability, especially in terms of financing. So besides the the income support, the success of this policy also depends on the way it is communicated. In addition to the density connectivity factor, socioeconomic mobility, especially in terms of the main occupation in the industrial sector of the economy. And of course, the behavior of the community in general. So how are we going to look at this issue? The analysis that we conducted in this study includes looking at patterns by times and area, the impact of people activities, and the economic performance before looking at government policy. The understanding of these components will be important for further empirical studies. So for those who doesn't like econometric, don't worry, this presentation today will not include any econometric at all. So in terms of the pattern, in the first instance, the Eastern Indonesia area in the purple line here seems to manage to have less infection per population or per capita, especially in the second wave. So the end of 2020 here. But unable to escape the wave of Delta in the mid of 2021, especially due to its transmissibility. However, the closer look, so we break this the purple line, which is the Eastern Indonesia, to the 6 provinces with the dashed line, and you can see the green dashed line, which is West Papua, has already got the first virus incursion as early as September 2020. And on per capita basis, it actually suffer more than even Java and Bali in average. Okay, Java and Bali is the red line here. So you can see there is a time when it is even higher. And it's also prolonged in fact in the level of infection. So it's the level of infection is stay high until nearly September, so August, September 2021. Okay, so it shows how important it is to protect the remote area such as Papua. It also showed how the issue can be neglected due to the proportion of the population in the area. So you can see if we map here, the red color showing the island in the Eastern Indonesia, and you probably see first, in the first instance, it doesn't seem to be a lot of infection. But the closer look, you can see that compared to the population, the proportion of population, West Papua especially has a lot of infection. Okay. But also for Indonesia, the sparsity of population was also added by its archipelagic nature. So it's archipelago, and because of that, it prevented the virus to easily jump from other Eastern and the Indonesia area like Maluku and Nusa Tenggara and so on. Okay. The impact of the infection and the subsequent restriction can also be shown by increasing activity at home. Java Bali, as the epicenter of the infection, has the highest increase of activities at home and stay above 5% increase from before COVID, while Eastern Indonesia already back to the level before COVID at the end of 2020. So again, the purple line is the Eastern Indonesia, and you can see at the end of 2020, it's already back to the line, the starting line. As with other impacts, this was not uniform for all area in Eastern Indonesia. In addition, the detailed data shows that the returning of activities outside home in Eastern Indonesia was also likely to the lower proportion of work that can be carried out at home. This is indicated by the activity in the retail and recreation that actually dropped as much as other regions, while the activity at workplace dropped less in Eastern Indonesia. So it is not only because the level of infection is lower, but also because the type of occupation, the type of work cannot be done at home. So in Java and Bali, yes, it is a lot of infection, people need to do work at home, but also they also able to do so. Okay. In terms of the overall economic performance, the gross regional product of Eastern Indonesia had escaped from the drop in the economic output in 2020-2021 period. This has been lifted by the performance of North Maluku and Papua, while Nusa Tenggara provinces also performed relatively well compared other parts in Indonesia. Nevertheless, West Papua, which experienced high infection rate per capita, as I discussed before, experienced a plunge, especially in the mid of 2021. As discussed before, the rate of infection per capita in West Papua could not consider as low. The performance of Eastern Indonesia economy was mainly due to mining and manufacturing industry. This is especially in Papua and North Maluku. The existence of freeport mining in Papua and the 2 new industrial estates in North Maluku helped this performance. This was not that the area escaped completely from COVID, but the seclusion of those mining and industrial zones had enabled them to manage the issue better. So there is like the rotation of worker in that area alone, and it is relatively easy to seclude worker if you have those kind of management that can partially work part of the labor force, while other can be managed to have their isolation. I will skip this discussion about SME. Well, looking at the government policy since 2020, there were different approaches, not only from different level of government, from central, provincial, and district governments, but also from the government at the same level. So different districts have different approaches. The government in Eastern Indonesia understandably tried to limit the access from outside the province or island, especially during the PSBB era, so in the beginning of the COVID, when the central government only restricted the movement in the big cities. West Nusa Tenggara province is as the province that the closest to Bali, and Papua provinces clearly showed this intention. So they tried to even close the airport. Nevertheless, they were not able to completely close the border due to the overall or national air and sea traffic policy that is and was and still is in the control of Ministry of Transport. In the PPKM era, the regulation bring more opportunities for the district government to have more say in the restricting policy. Another policy that we observe is the income support. the existing central government safety net, such as PKH, electricity subsidy for the poor, cash and non-cash transfer, actually work well. And but it was not enough. Okay? So although they were able to transfer to those who in need, but the amount is not enough due to the scale of the impact. The central government tried to encourage the local government to increase their safety net program. So you can remember that the Ministry of Finance encouraged to use the SILPA, the amount of the budget that left from the previous year to increase the budget for the local government social safety program. Okay, and the Ministry of Home Affairs also have the instruction to increase those spending. However, you can see here in terms of the proportion, that kind of spending is not materialized. There is not much the government can do because there was no fiscal space for them to do so. And the other reason is that their income were also reduced by the pandemic, so they got the hit from the pandemic. This is the reason why the central government needed to step up and increase the deficit in the APBN, in the budget. Okay, so the deficit that was previously being limited to 3% maximum is being increased to 5%. In Australia, it's actually bigger at 10%, but we will discuss about it later. The provision of vaccine is the central government domain, and the take-up rate has been relatively high in Java, Bali as the epicenter. Furthermore, there were issues in both on infrastructure and communication. The take-up often driven by the feeling of urgency. Okay, like Java and Bali as an epicenter has had this high take-up. The West Nusa Tenggara, you can see, had a high take-up after it became available. So it is going up slowly in the beginning because it was not available, but as soon as it is possible, become available, it is increasing quite quickly. So you can see the dot line here, which is West Nusa Tenggara. I think it's a dark blue dot line is West Nusa Tenggara. You can see it jump quickly after it becomes available. West Papua had a high take-up after the high rate of infection in the mid-2021, but the trend dropped after that, and especially after the sport festival. So after the PON, the need probably seems to be less for them, and it actually dropping. The trend is dropping after that. Another move by the government, local and central, is to increase the capacity of hospital. You can see the number of beds increased dramatically in 2020-21. Yeah, 2020-21, the capacity of hospital being increased, the number of beds is being increased. This can be seen by the increase of the bed as shown here, including in Eastern Indonesia. However, when you can increase the bed, it is very difficult to increase the number of staff. So the number of staff is still mainly increased in Java and Bali. Except for the South Sulawesi, you can see it is very hard to increase the number of medical staff. And sometimes it means that the increase of the number of beds can be inefficient because nobody or no one, the staff is not enough to stand by for those patients that already being taken to the hospital. So that was the situation in Indonesia. Let's go to Australia as a comparison. Unlike Indonesia, that has many provinces and districts, Australia only have 8 states and territories. The remoteness is mostly in the central and west of Australia. So you can see here, this is the map of Australia, and it is called the remoteness map. The major city, the more population in the major city and in a regional, it is the greener it is, okay? And you can see the yellow area is around western, south, northern territory. So from the central to the west, it is relatively remote. Okay. If this population is sparse and the infrastructure is lacking. Based on this, we can consider Western Australia or WA, South Australia or SA, Northern Territory or NT, and Tasmania to be relatively more remote. Australia has put a relatively tough restriction for people to come to Australia since the start of pandemic. The restriction initially focused on China, but the incursion were coming from the visitor from US and Europe. So there is a move to block people coming from China, but people, the virus get in anyway from US and Europe. So at the end, the entry was then restricted for all, except for essential purpose. Similar to Indonesia, the push for more restriction is actually coming from the states and territory government rather than federal government. Okay, especially like Indonesia as well, the hospital, the main funding for the hospital is in the responsibility of states and territories. The restriction on the border, however, allowed the application of less restriction within the economy, given the low infection rate. It was the New South Wales government that asked to relax the restriction as its economy has more connection to the outside world. And at the time, it is led by the Liberal national government, similar to the federal government at that time in 2020 or 2021. Okay, so in around here. The infection, however, increased when the Omicron variant came. This was followed by other non-remote area state territories. So you can see New South Wales, which is blue dash here, increased first before the other continue to increase. Okay. Although you probably heard that Victoria government, Melbourne, put more restriction, but actually the increase of infection come first in New South Wales and remain high in New South Wales. Okay, and it is also the other reason besides the Omicron variants coming, there is also a policy in here, a policy as a reason for this increase in restriction. Basically, the federal government and the New South Wales government managed to bargain for the other state to open their border after their vaccination rate is already in 80% level. So double vaccination rate is 80%. Okay. Western Australia, however, refused to open their border for quite a long time. So you can see the light blue line here is still very low until March 2020, when the vaccination rate is already 80%, and other government asked them, especially the federal government, asked them to open their border on March 2021. Sorry, 2020. 2022, sorry, March 2022. So given that story, I don't know whether my picture is clearly seen here, but the economy in the more remote area and state and territory perform better in the COVID era compared to the less remote area. This was often due to the more activities within the border that can be maintained. So although their border with the outside world is closed, but within the border, less restriction, more economic activity. So how was the government and government communication and coordination in Australia? So the head of states and territories, plus the Prime Minister of Australia, established this so-called the National Cabinet to regularly discuss and negotiate the issues, including funding. This is informed by the parallel meeting of the chief health officer from the federal and state territory level. As illustrated in the caricature, it was actually a battleground. Okay, so it is not as harmonious as it been seen outside. Okay, this cabinet only consisted of 9 governments. So you can imagine if Indonesia tried to do things like this with the whole 34 provincial government plus 500 plus district government, how can it manage it? Okay, so this is probably something that cannot be followed by government such as Indonesia. And at the end, it was the federal government that moved to push the state and territories government out of lockdown with the agreement that if state and territory have reached 80% of vaccination rate, they have to open their economies. Okay. The state and territories actually quite reluctant, except for New South Wales in the beginning, because their economy, while it is not able to connect with outside world, they are performing well inside. Okay, but at the end, they have to given up. And basically, there is actually a while, and like they put, like the ACT government where I live, they put a different definition for this 80%. So 80% including children, 16 plus instead of older people. So things like that. Okay. So what we can learn from this analysis? Basically, the first thing is that in the current interconnected world, remoteness is no longer a barrier as it used to be. It is likely that the remote community will still be affected by a world event, such as now the war in Ukraine. Remote community will still be affected by such event. And this means that the government and its community need to anticipate what happened in the world, have some mitigation plan for it. This also means preparing the infrastructure for this, soft infrastructure in terms of institution, as well as hard infrastructure. But nevertheless, it is possible to create a time lag to help with this issue. Okay, because this will help the remote community to prepare. Beyond that, the impact of various international events can still be significant. When it happens, people, community need to be agile, adapting to the change, and realizing that changes are often needed. So for example, if the oil price is increased, what change that can be done? With the virus, the restriction need to be done, the use of masks need to be done, and vaccination need to be done. To achieve this, communication channel and trust need to be built. As the central government and the community that interact more to the world is likely to feel the consequences earlier. The impact will also be felt differently due to the different situations, such as different level of density and whether the community itself live in seclusion. All this need to be taken as consideration for government in various levels in making their policies. However, it needs to be understood and need to be communicated that those various governments may have different interests. It is not that they don't care about their communities, but because they may have different point of view. And also they have facing a different challenge. Like the national government is more likely to face the international community first compared to the local government. Okay. They may also have different authority as well as different capacity. At the end, working together despite disagreement often bring the best solution. And to do so, we are back in the importance of having trust and good communication among government and communities. So I guess that my result. Thank you for the attention.
Okay, thank you very much for your explanation, Dr. Yogi Widyatama. And let me inform you, Dr. Yogi Widyatama and all audience, we will have a question and answer session in the end of this meeting. So after Dr. Fadilah Putra finishes presentation. So for all audience, please feel free to ask a question directly to our keynote speakers, or you can write down your question on the chat box. And please don't forget to press raise hand button before you ask question directly. And now we will move to our last keynote speakers, Dr. Fadilah Putra. Before Dr. Fadilah Putra start his presentation, I would like to introduce Dr. Fadilah Putra. Dr. Fadilah Putra, he was graduated, he is a lecturer in Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya, and also a Vice Director of Postgraduate Brawijaya University. And for a bachelor degree, he was graduated from University of Brawijaya in 1997, majoring in public administration. And he was graduated from University of Texas at Austin, USA in 2009 for his master degree, majoring in public affairs, and then graduated from University of Melbourne, Australia in 2017 for his PhD, majoring in political science. And for this session, Dr. Fadilah Putra will present about bureaucratic reform in the post-pandemic era. For Dr. Fadilah Putra, you have 45 minutes for presentation, and time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Ika. Good afternoon, everyone, and good night, Pak Yogi. So I will share my presentation. Can you see presentation, Bu Ika?
Yes, yes, I can see your presentation.
Okay, so the title of my presentation is about bureaucratic reform in the post-pandemic era, especially. So probably it also applies to some countries which has a similar characteristic and social and political background with Indonesia. And I want to also looking at to the bureaucratic reform perspective, because currently I work in the KPRPN, is the unit below the vice presidents that focusing on bureaucratic reform. So some of the aspect in my presentation also going to explain about
I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I think there is any problem with Pak Fadilah Putra regarding his connection. Please wait for several minutes. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the connection of in my house is very weak. It's very hard raining right now. So where were we? Okay.
Yes, you can continue, Pak Fadilah.
This is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic globally, especially when we talking about, you know, how the people become more and more digitalized. So the first graph in this slide is about how, you know, the customer interactions going up during the COVID-19, during the pandemic, and is almost doubled compared to the previous era. And the second graph is the surface. The first graph is from the perspective of the customer or the people in general, how people in general become accustomed to, you know, the digital services provided by both private and public sector. While below that graph, the second graph is about how, you know, from the perspective of the provider, it also including public and the private provider, they are getting more and more rely on the digital technology. So from there, we can see that, you know, the pandemic COVID-19 created rapid change in both public and private sector, I'm sorry. And as we also can see in the higher education in Indonesia, for example, because I also
I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I think Dr. Fadila Putra faced the problem again. So please wait for several minutes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, that central government of Indonesia have difficulties on convincing the higher education to use technology, but then after the COVID-19, I think it's almost 7 years or 8 years after the regulation from the central government to push university to use technology. And thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic, because of the COVID-19, so now we are accustomed to use technology as the teaching media, like we doing right now. But COVID-19 is not the only factor that pushing the government to change, to adapt with the current technology that we having right now. COVID-19 is not itself, pushing this kind of change, but also the technology and citizen before the COVID-19, the level of technology that people in general and also organization already accustomed to use some of the digital technology in our life. So this comes together, the existing technology that already there, and also the COVID-19 that pushing people, government, private sector to use more technology makes this change and this transformation become possible. So what happened next, that after these two big waves merged together, so this is the time where the government need to rethink about how the government should manage and how the government should operate itself in providing and doing their jobs. So the new ways in responding this disruption is something that inevitable. So government after the COVID-19 become more and more digitalized, but the problem is that the digital transformation before COVID-19 pandemic is more like it's not the need, it's not actually the need from both government and the people sides, but instead the digital transformation prior COVID-19 is like government kind of trying to catch up with the trend that outside of the government they use the technology, so government just try to follow the trend. But today the behavior swift that the government now using technology because this is really the need and this is the demand from the people and also from the government. But there are some obstacles when we talking about how the government try to use digital technology or information technology, that so this is the graph on the right. It's about the percentage of organization that acknowledge the demand for a soft digital skills. So this is the required skill sets, which I also going to emphasize. So the green one is the employment proficiency level of skill, and the blue one is the demand for a digital skill. And from this graph, we can see that there is a gap in almost all of the skills or the required skills to run organization, especially public organizations such as government, except for the passion of for learning. This is the green one exceed the blue one, but the rest, the blue one exceed the green one, which means the demand or the need for that kind of skill with compared to the actual skills that actually available in the public officer is lower than the demand. And then during the COVID-19 pandemic, the technological transformation, many of government are looking fresh ideas, mechanism to meet citizens' need, embracing also include the skill required for public officers. So this is the one of the biggest challenge in this era, as we know that in the digital technology era, we have a problem also with the employment. And as we all know that during this time, Indonesia having what we call as the demographical bonus. The demographical bonus is the term to describe that the number, the percentage of people who, in the age range of, I think from 15-year-old to 45 or something is very big. But now we also are facing that the technology replacing many jobs of the people, the higher qualification of the job, the more technology replacing it. For example, like accountant, now there are so many applications, there are so many platforms that provides, the very simple and very handy kind of technology that they can do the calculation, all of this, accounting work by machine or by robots. So we can predict that probably the need for the accountant in the future will become lower because most of the job will be done by the artificial intelligence. And like I said that, in this era, we have a demographic bonus. At the same time, technology replacing so many jobs. So this is one of the challenges. And also in Indonesia, the size of public official is very big. As we know that the local government today in Indonesia are struggling in terms of reducing the number of, outsourced employees. So that kind of challenge that we're facing right now. And then the new skill sets for public administration. So here I also have some data before the COVID-19. The total of public employees is about 3.2 million. I'm sorry, 4.1 million in total. But from all of these public employees, only about 7,000 employees that have literacy in terms of technology. It's equal to 0.17%. compared to the 100% of the total public employees. So this is the fact that, you know, showing us, you know, incompatibility between the trend with the current situation of public employees. Like I mentioned earlier, that there's a trend, we need more and more, you know, digitalized kind of government system, while on the other hand, you know, the capacity of the government is quite small, you know, 0.17% out of 100% of the total public employees. In the second data, this is before the COVID-19, we already have this kind of gap, while, you know, the need for this digital government is not as big as today. So below table number 3 is regarding the distribution of all of these public employees regarding the skills that needed, also quite low, you know, because some of the skills like office application, computer operation, multimedia, network, software development, data management system is very, very low. In average, it's about 2% compared to the total, you know, compared to the total number of the public employees. So therefore, in the future public administration reform, you know, given this kind of challenge and this kind of existing condition, we need really a new way, you know, in doing all things, including like CPNS recruitment and all of this process that, you know, basically about the human capital or human is it talent management, something, when we looking at the public employees. So this is the critical juncture. So today we are in the critical juncture. So for the students, I can see that there's so many students in this seminar. You guys will, you know, become part of this change. You guys will be, you know, the actor and also, you know, the target of this kind of transformation. So I think you need to buckle up because, you know, once you graduated, you will see the very different kind of situation in the employment market, especially in public sector. So equip yourself with the new sets of skills that probably will be different compared to 5-10 years ago. So don't looking at to the success stories of me, not looking at such a story of the generation above you, because the environment will be totally different when you guys entering the job market in both public and private sector. So the quantity is very low as well as the quality. You know, table number 2 is talking about the quantity, and table number 3, the green one, is talking about the quality, and both are low. So if you guys entering the you know, the public sector after you graduated, especially for the students, you can fill this gap, you know. So once you see the figure or the posture of the public employment in Indonesia, which mismatch between the demand and the existing condition, you have to, you know, aware of it, and then try to equip yourself with a new set of skills that are fit with the challenge and the new environment that will be occur in the future. So regardless the age and education level, according to the type of work, must accept office application. So this is just explaining the quality of the public employees in Indonesia. So what are the strategies in Indonesian government, you know, facing this rapid change that already happened after the pandemic. So one is create and develop self-disrupted leaders. And because we aware that the bureaucratic system in Indonesia is not yet fully like fluid, you know, it's even though now we have more functional, you know, position than before because of the policy of the President Jokowi to reduce the structural echelon 3 and echelon 4, but the bureaucratic culture in Indonesia, it's still hierarchical, you know. In other words, the bureaucratic culture in Indonesia, it's still centralistic. I always mention in some meetings, in some ministries, that especially in the Ministry of Homeland Ministry, the decentralization in Indonesia is managed with a centralized system. So leaders are the key factor that, you know, determine the success of any kind of initiation, including this digital transformation in the government or in the bureaucracy. And sometimes the leaders, they are senior. Most of the leaders, probably they are above 40. Some of the leaders are even above 50. In universities, they are very, very seniors, you know, officials they become the leader with. You know, the gap of, you know, knowledge between the leaders and, you know, the staffs is very, very big, because the leaders, probably they are 50 or 60s, and the staff, they are very young, they are fresh graduates, and they have a different kind of way of thinking, different way of method to do jobs. So this is a problem. So we need to make the leaders aware about the change in the, you know, the environment in both government and also business. And second, create the pool and more flexible and adaptive staff. The talent pool is very important. And we need to, you know, represent a potential future of government talent management. This is also one aspect that the Vice President with the Committee of Bureaucratic Reform in Indonesia, we are preparing about it. You know, so this team consisting of some of the universities, including University of Brawijaya, which is represented by me, and also University of Indonesia, University of Gajah Mada. So there are some of the experts in public administration. We try to formulate to make the talent pool for the ISN. And now we try to introduce the new way how the ISN work by using the method, what we call a squad model. So squad model required many skill sets, including the IT, and also you know, how to extract and collect data from many ways, including the big data to solve a problem on the ground. And the third is diversify recruiting approach. You know, CPNS recruiting model need today is too uniform. You know, if you and this is very difficult. It's very hard because CPNS recruitment still following the old, you know, the old system or the old schools kind of approach in the CPNS recruitment system is very uniform. It's very general. It's not, you know, directing to the skills that we need and the current development and change that, you know, because government need to respond to the problem and the problem also change. So we need also different kind of qualification. The CPNS recruitment system is, to me, is need to be radically reformed as well. And then create a digital platform to enrich the employee experiences. So there are many applications, many platforms that already created, but they are become trash, because the people in the government and also people in general, they don't know how to use that kind of platform. So what we think in this team, that we don't need that many of platforms. We need few, but very effective and very usable, and also very familiar, and people like to use this kind of platforms. And actually, Indonesia today, we have a very, very good benchmark. Indonesia, we have the INSW, Indonesian National Single Window. So Indonesian's National Single Window is managed by LNSW, of course, Lembaga Nasional Single Window. This is actually under Ministry of Finance, but after we assess many, organizations, we think that INSW is one of the best, and also we are talking about the security system, also very, very good. INSW handling the business about the export and import, by the way. So we try to copycat and modify the way how INSW conducting their system to many parts of Indonesian government, including the mall of public service. Mall of public service is huge thing today because the president and the vice president want to create public service malls in all kabupaten kota Indonesia, and eventually they going to be digitalized, and we're going to integrate that using the INSW platform. Provide flexible and collaborative way of working. This is the one that I already mentioned earlier about the squad model. So squad model, and some of the ministries already studying it, and also some local government. In fact, this morning I have a meeting with one of the local government that tried to initiate the squad model, and this is, I think, a very, very promising kind of arrangement. So these are the 5 agenda that the National Committee of Bureaucratic Reform, which I myself is part of that team, try to finalize by the end of this year. So we in this team only have around, I don't know, 2 months, 3 months to finish all of these agendas, but we're quite optimistic that it will be achieve something by the end of this year. So one is the SAKP, or collaborative working arrangement, and we also use the thematic public bureaucratic reform. So SAKP is something new. Well, it's not really new, but this is something new, and this try to replace the SAKIP. So if you still working on SAKIP, be ready that SAKIP will be no more probably because SAKIP has very fundamental limitation of SAKIP, sistem akuntabilitas kinerja instansi pemerintah, or SAKIP have very fundamental weakness, which is make the organization become very inward looking. They only try to achieve their own performance, ignoring the collaborative outcomes. So in SAKP, we will focusing on how certain outcomes or certain KPI need to be achieved by the collaboration of more than one institution, even more than one local government need to be collaborate, or have to be, or must. It is a must for collaboration. Collaboration means not only coordination, not only networking, but collaboration requires the shared outcome. That outcome can be claimed together from more than one institution, more than one dinas, more than one kabupaten kota, even more than one ministries need to collaborate and share their resources. This is very challenging. Easy to say, but it's very challenging. Yesterday, I just had a meeting with one of the ministry in Indonesia, and this ministry asking data from other ministry, and the other ministry reviews or reject to share their data to another ministries. This is very common. This is very common, and so collaboration requires sharing of outcomes, sharing of resources, including information, as well as finance, and also human resources. And this SAKP system or collaborative working arrangement system will be, direct to certain issues. For example, like poverty reduction, which will be, handled by many institutions together. They will open up, the resources and agreed on, the mutual arrangement or mutual plans, shared outcomes and everything to solve this one problem. So poverty is not the responsibility of one ministry, but it has to be handled by many of ministries, including local government, including dinas, OPD, or whatever. And the second one is the mall pelayanan publik or public service mall. This is the second, agenda, which I also have this research. And in fact, I'm going to do this research this week with Vika, Arida, and all of my team. So this is one of the big program from the central government to create mall pelayanan publik in all kabupaten kota. Again, all in the local, in the kabupaten kota, and also in the province level. There has to be have more public service mall. So public service mall basically is one-stop service plus, because every single is not only permit letter, but also other kind of service of set of permit services, including the KTP, the KK, and all of that. And this small public service mall will be targeted to become digitalized in the 2024. But 2023, the target is the manual or the analog public service mall. And then public reform in the local government is also problematic because we know that we have the index reformasi birokrasi or bureaucratic reform index, and some of the local government only sees this index as the incentive, financial incentive for the local, but they're not actually doing the reform. They just fulfilling the index score in order to get the financial incentive from the central government. And then the penyederhanaan birokrasi, including reducing the echelon 3 and echelon 4. We're going to prepare that, and also the exit strategy after the local government. One of the most difficult level or units in the government in Indonesia for this, I don't know what is penyederhanaan birokrasi in English, but but local government is very difficult to adapt to this policy from the central government. This is very top-down instructions, but we don't quite have the clear exit strategy. What we need to prepare to boosting the number of functional public employees, especially in the local government. That's why we try to combine the squad model, and then the second one is the FWA or flexible working arrangement. So FWA is that we don't need to come to the office every day, the check log, if you go to the office, there is a machine that you need to put your fingerprints there. So we don't need that anymore. That is old. But I can see that in our faculty, we still use that. While, bureaucratic reform actually, focusing on, we don't care where you, doing your work, as long as you finish and you achieve the target of your work, that's fine. You can work at your home, you can work everywhere, in cafe, or in office, everywhere. So this is flexible working. So flexible, including flexible working time, flexible in terms of places, flexible in terms of the collaboration, because the silo mentality need to reduce. So FWVA is one way how we overcome that kind of problem. And last but not least is the implementation of SPBA. SPBA is the electronical based government system. SPBA is also one of the key success in terms of transforming the government to become more digitalized, responding the current situation and the current challenge. And also we predict that in the future, we have to be prepared about what's going to be happening in the future. In Yogyakarta, for example, there is one private university in Yogyakarta, the UNU, Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama in Yogyakarta. They are very flexible, and they in UNU Jogja they have a department. The title of the department is the Future Studies Department. But in Brawijaya, we still use the very old nomenclature, and the reason is because the sertifikat Ban PT and then surat edaran dikti and all of this, barrier. In UNU Yogyakarta, they don't care about all of that. They're focusing on, studying something important, whether or not the Ban PT. They don't. I don't care about Ban PT. I'm focusing on knowledge stocking, knowledge management to attract and then to extract knowledge to become, problem solver, not only the today problem, but also in future problem. So they create so many creative program studi. Doesn't like us in this big institution with big interests. We more care about ranking rather than relevance. Ranking is 100% more important than relevant, even though the prodi is no longer relevant, but because we need to have the accreditation, so we stick with that. But I think in the future, we need to put the other way around. Relevance is more important than ranking. If there are some options of the more relevant prodi, more relevant jurusan, why not? And then, but the dikti asks us to follow this instruction, the Ban PT have to do this. So that's the value. Which one we value more? We value more the relevance of university, or we value more on accreditation. So by that, I will finish my presentation, Bu Ike, and I'll give back the forum to all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Fadila Putra. Let me generate several points from your presentation. The first is COVID-19 pandemic situation and other factors force the government to be more digitalized, and a set of strategies needed to make the government more digitalized, with the civil servants have enough capacity related to the technological skill to be able to run the government business, and the leader is the key actor for the success in the transformation of our government to be more digitalized. And now let's move to the session for question and answer. And for the audience, please feel free to ask a question directly to our speakers, and don't forget to press the raise hand button before. And also you please don't be hesitant to write down the question on the chat box. Yes, Bu Farida, Bu Firda, sorry.
Thank you for the opportunities. I would like to ask for both speakers today. Very interesting, your insight knowledge today. My question for the speaker is first for Dr. Yogi. What are the most important policies that lead to social economic recovery in terms of because in terms of geographical characteristics, I believe that Northern West Territory has similarity with eastern part of Indonesia. And so could you please enlighten us for more description on what can be learned from Australia to be applied in eastern part of Indonesia, including local government, business and community, because you know the local government, especially in eastern part of Indonesia, has limited capabilities or they have weakness in capability compared to west part of Indonesia. So I believe that they need some push from the local community and business to sharpen the response in coping with pandemic COVID-19. That's my question for Dr. Yogi. And for Dr. Fadila, I also have question. If I'm not mistaken, that you are presenting about the factors to influence the bureaucratic reform, and one of the factors is the digital demand that increased to reform of bureaucratic, but some civil servants, especially with the senior age, or maybe they are so ignorant with their application to master e-government, will deny this reform. And although there is some increasing number of local government authorities to utilize digital governance, but it still depends on the leadership. So even though you provide some training, etc., I still not believe that it will solve the problem. Also, if we're talking about government, we also talking about the community and business, because these two stakeholders can be utilized to force the reform. So there are external factors that can be used to sharpen the reform. But in terms of community and business, I don't know what do you think about their capacity and their willingness to participate in the bureaucratic reform, because they are not truly aware of their rights and obligation to influence the bureaucratic reform. So what is your opinion about this? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think Dr. Yogi Widyatama maybe we can answer the question first and then followed by Dr. Fadila Putra.
Okay, thank you. I think one of the main success factor is not to rush, like rushing in opening everything and rushing in changing, especially in terms of the government spending. One of the failure, for example, in the European recovery after the GFC is rushing to put austerity policy, taking out of the government budget to deal with the crisis and try to limit the fiscal capability. That's on one hand. The other one is actually maximizing the local interaction, local activities. So, like I said before, like what we've seen in both Eastern of Indonesia and Western Australia, as well as Northern Territory, the limitation with the limitation of the interaction to outside the area is being replaced by the activities within, and that's quite helpful in make the economy keep going. Okay, that's the second factor. So the first one, not to rush in taking out the government help, government support for the community, and second one is maximizing the local activities. The third one is actually taking opportunities. Both Indonesia and Australia is high in commodities, including mining and manufacturing. The COVID also being followed by the war of Ukraine, and this make the price of commodities quite high. While other countries have the difficulty and have high demand for this commodity, there are opportunity to maximize the output. But this has a negative point as well, because when the commodity price high in the world, the commodity price within the countries increasing as well, like gas and oil. The fuel price, you probably know that it is increased quite high, although it's starting to go down. The OPEC country just last night decided to going to draw some of the supply again, and it means that the fuel price probably going to be increased again. So that drawback need to be considered, how the government going to deal with the possible cost push in inflation. So this going back to the first point, that the government need to consider how to deal with this with their budget, thinking about whether the deficit need to be sustained. Like Indonesia usually have this 3% border of the deficit. You cannot have more than 3% of GDP as the deficit, and it has been increased to 5% for a certain period. So in this case, the thinking is whether it need to be reconsidered, whether it renegotiate with the MPR and DPR about prolong this deficit of 5%. So that's probably my comment on that.
My turn, Boyka. Okay, I totally agree with you, Bu Firda, regarding the challenges that we difficult to avoid about, you know, the ignorance or the resistance of some people responding the bureaucratic reform agenda that we are trying to introduce. But there are a couple of points that I want to make. Following up your question, is not answering, but just to follow up your question. One is that the digital transformation is not the only one, and it's not the only solution. But I think this is one of the options that fits, you know, with the current situation. So this is not kind of the program that the central government tried to push and to try to impose this and ask everybody to follow, but rather, the digital transformation is the need. It's like the Zoom that we, now have capability how to use this technology. It's not because someone or some institution push us to learn how to do Zoom, but this is come from our need, And also in Indonesia, we have the Gojek, we have Grab, and all of these online services. They just come, by the need of the people. It's not the product that introduce and push the people to use this product. So we use it because we need it. And also digital governance, I think, is in that context. Digital governments occur not because this is pushed by someone, because the current environment, the change of the demographic citizen and all of this technology transformation, demand this kind of transformation system. So if that is the case, so some people that cannot catch up with this new trend, what happened with them? So that is another question. So yes, probably for the millennials, from the Gen Z and Gen X and all of this generation, all of digital transformation will be, they will happy with all of this kind of arrangement. But what about the baby boomers and the generation after that? So they have two options. They have to follow and catch up with all of these changes, or they will left behind. So that is the second task of the government in the future after the pandemic, after this rapid change. What should government do to them, to fulfill their citizenship rights, the human rights? It doesn't mean that if the government introduce so many IT-based public services and these people cannot access the public service, you can just ignore it. No, but I think we can do the hybrid. We can do the hybrid kind of system. So for those who feel comfortable with the digital system, they can use all of digital. But for those who are not, the manual and the analog system still available, still there for the people, the older generations to access the services from the government using the old kind of system. So I think the hybrid system will be one of the option that we can also offer in bureaucratic reform in the future. I think that's my response to last questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fadila Putra and also Dr. Yogi Vidyatama. Is there any other question? Ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to ask the question. No, so because there's no question anymore, so this is the end of our discussion session. Thank you very much for your... Yes, oh, okay. Mr. Aris, please. Sorry. Okay, Mr. Aris, maybe do you want to... okay. Do you want to ask directly or I will read your question? Okay, I think I will read your question. The question is for Dr. Fadila Putra. The question is related to the 2022 Bureaucratic Reform Acceleration Agenda. In this case, regarding the preparation of the selection process for the 20 and 24 regional elections, especially in the Papua region, considering that this greatly affects the leadership capacity of the regional head to be elected. Please, Dr. Fadila Putra. Okay. Dr. Fadila Putra. Okay. The question is for you, Dr. Fadila Putra. Please, time is yours to answer the question.
Sorry, I lost my connection before, so I cannot hear questions. Can you please repeat the
Okay.
question?
Yes. So the question is from Pak Aris. The question is related to the 20 and 22nd bureaucratic reform, 2022 bureaucratic reform acceleration agenda, in this case regarding the preparation of the selection process for the 2024 regional elections, especially in the Papua region, considering that this greatly affects the leadership capacity of the regional heads to be elected.
Okay, so thank you for the question, Pak Aris. So yes, in 2024, we were facing political turbulence. You know, there are many political events at that time. The local election, the national election, president election, and all of this political change will be happening. So that's why I think before that year, we need to make, you know, the system to be ready, because if not, the delay will be longer, because simply in 2024, there are not so many, you know, there are not so many progress in terms of bureaucratic reform, because people put more focusing on the political events. So then we need to make the, you know, reform agenda finish earlier. So that's why in my presentation, I'm telling you that many of the agenda will be targeted to be finished, or maybe it's not finished, to be, you know, maybe well prepared. I don't know, maybe 70, 60% in 2030. So then in 2040, I'm sorry, in 2024, we kind of slowing down. And then after the new presidents elected, for the new, all of these local elections are done. So then we can, you know, in 2025, we can continue with all of this, all of this agenda. So that's why in this bureaucratic reform team, we try to target to make all of the 5 agenda to be, you know, progress in 2023. That's all my response.
Thank you for your response, Dr. Fadila Putra. Is there any feedback, Pak Aris? Enough? Okay, thank you. And there is still one question from Ms. Tasha, and this question will be the last question in this discussion session. And the question is for Pak Fadilah Putra also. So the question is about how the implementation of aspects previously contained in SAKIP, such as strategic plans, performance agreements, performance data management, performance measurements, and performance reporting, as well as reviews and performance evaluation of an institution will be carried out in the future. And can you provide an overview of the implementation of the future performance accountability using a squad model supported by collaboration in alleviating an issue such as poverty?
Okay, so thank you, Tasha, for the very good question. So there is one thing that very interesting in one of our meeting with the Vice President, and Mr. Vice President asking about the index of bureaucratic reform, as well as the, you know, the PPK opinion about the financial report. And we found that, you know, there is a mismatch between the bureaucratic reform and the outcomes. There are so many kabupaten kota that have a good performance in WTP, in ERP, SAKIP, and whatever, but the number of poverty is actually very high. And the other way around, some kabupaten kota that the number of poverty is not as high as this kabupaten kota, the performance in terms of bureaucratic arrangement is not quite good. They are not WTP, the score of sakit is low, the score of indeks reformasi birokrasi is low, but actually the performance in reducing poverty and improving the quality of job market is quite good. So the Vice President told us that bureaucratic reform for what? For bureaucratic reform itself or for solving the problem. And we want that bureaucratic reform has to be in line with the problem solving. So that's why we try to reformulate the strategy of bureaucratic reform. And one of them is what we call as the thematic bureaucratic reform. So bureaucratic reform, after the word after the phrase bureaucratic reform is not period, but it is a comma. Bureaucratic reform for poverty reduction, bureaucratic reform for unemployment reduction, bureaucratic reform for increasing investment. So bureaucratic reform has a goal, and the goal is not for bureaucratic reform itself, but the goal to make the bureaucracy more agile, bureaucracy more effective in solving the real problem that government have to handle. So for the poverty, for example, as AKP or thematic bureaucratic reform in poverty is, so there are three themes that the government now is focusing on. That one is bureaucratic reform for reducing poverty, and the second bureaucratic reform for reducing stunting, and the third one is bureaucratic reform for increasing investment, local investment. So if the WTP is good, Sakip score is good, the IRB score is good, but the condition of poverty, condition of unemployment, condition of investment is bad. So we will, incentive this kind of local government. Will we incentivize the local government who have, good performance in all of these three main indicators, and they achieve that performance through bureaucratic reform. So bureaucratic reform is the instrument for, boosting the development goal achievement. Thank you, Iga.
Thank you very much for your answer and explanation, Dr. Fadila Putra. So this is the end of our session, our discussion sessions. Thank you very much for your previous explanation, Dr. Fadila Putra and Dr. Yogi Vidyatama. And also thank you very much for all audience for your participation. And I will return this seminar to our master ceremony, Ms. Shaina. Thank you. Please, Ms. Shaina.
Thank you, Assistant Professor Iko, who has led the second agenda. And thank you to all speakers from the second agenda for the new knowledge. I hope all participants can get new benefit and new experience from the second agenda. And once again, to all participants, I want to remind you to fill the attendance list that has been provided by the committee. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have had productive and inspiring time together, and this event about to come to the very end. I hope you found the presentation on this conference are informative and helpful. Thank you for all of our keynote speakers, presenters, moderators, and audience for participating in this event. Hopefully, we can increase our knowledge and get a benefit from this seminar. Before we part, I will leave you with a quote by Stewart Brand, an author and innovative thinker who once said, "We can see the past but not influence it. We can influence the future but not see it. Let us be guided by all the things we have learned and heard through the conference, and be able to see and influence our future." Thank you very much, and see you in the next agenda. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
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 Thank you very much for all of your insight today. Hope to see you next time, Pak Yogi, Pak Fadila.
Thank you, Pak Yogi. Thank you, Pak Fadila.
Thank Pak Fadil, Pak Yogi.
Thank you, Mr. Yogi.
Thank you, Bu Ika.
You're welcome, Bu Ika.
We have a similar name.
Yes.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Terima, please.
There's nowhere to go. I'm holding my desires, my heart overflows. The only direction that I'll ever need is the deeper connection that's leading me. And I'm lost in your love when you hold me. Just hold me, 'cause I don't wanna run from your heartbeat, no, 'cause I'm lost in your love. I can't break the fall, you're taking it all. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love. No words can change the future of us. The waves, they break, but we are enough. The only direction that I'll ever need is a deeper connection that's leading me. And I'm lost in your love when you hold me. Just hold me, 'cause I don't wanna run from your heartbeat, no, 'cause I'm lost in your love. I can't break the fall, you're taking it all. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love. I'm lost in your love.
Udah kak, unmute. Yaudah kita speaking aja di sini. Nah, halo. Dengar, DJ Pak. Hai.
Searching for the answer to our trials. We came so far through our weakness. We found a love even Heartbreak is a wonderful price to pay. We came so far through our weakness. We found a love, even the stars between us won't bury us. One day we can be together. And this moment could last forever. I say that you and I have found a piece of heaven. So I pray we can be together. One You are my weakness. I tried to let you go. I blocked your number. It's hard to tell you no.